on sidewalks.
Yeah.
We don't. We're running.
Talked about that.
We don't have any north here to give. We've got our concrete committed to some new helipads.
Yeah.
Well,
North
some people do and some people don't.
Well, North Jackson. In North Jackson.
The sidewalks in Bemis, there's an interesting story with that. Is it actually goes back to, I think, Mayor Gist, and they'd allocated some funds for that. And every time they would start working on sidewalks in Bemis, people would complain. They would say, well, it would get upset. So
about who would get upset? People in Bemis?
Yeah,
people
the
out
people
north?
who live there. No,
Okay.
the people who live there, because it was causing delay. And so you'll talk to some people who say, hey, we need these sidewalks. And they do. If you've been through there, they look pretty rough. So hopefully we'll see.
So that is the real issue there.
Yeah.
That's
Just drive through there. If you ever drive through there, you'll see it's definitely an issue. There needs to be some repair done for sure.
Sidewalks in Bemis, that is a real issue then. Okay.
No, yeah, it really is.
Okay, so I thought that it may have been, Larry yanking our chain. I did not know.
Larry's been known to do that.
JP
I'm missing
Snowball.
Larry this morning, by the way.
He's
he only works half a day or something.
Well, I think he's got a script of Ambien, and it takes him to about 4 or 5 o'clock to shake that off.
Right,
I see.
right.
Yeah.
Well, if he would down a couple of 5-hour energies like me and you do, he'd be all right.
Well, he came in
Those
yesterday
are good for you.
he had a beer helmet on with 5-hour energies that jammed in it yesterday. So I don't know. Have you heard Dr. Fowler?
I have. He's great.
Trey set me up with him.
Oh, wow.
Man, he is fantastic on there.
He is
I've
awesome.
just been so impressed with, if you go to his website, he's got articles that he's written, and they're published in some papers around West Tennessee, but just some of his writing was what impressed me and made me think to introduce him to Dan and get him on the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, his articles are going to start appearing on our website at newstalk965.com. They're fantastic.
I can't wait to check them out.
He's a great American, staunch conservative, and I was worried about him fitting in West Tennessee, being so conservative, but he is fantastic. He really is.
Yeah, for sure.
It is at 8:22. It is 45 degrees. We expect to rise to 66 degrees by this afternoon. It's going to be a beautiful day. JP Stovall is here. He's running for City Council, District 1, and it's quite a large district. We'll run that down for you again in just 1 minute. And Trey Clink is here. Johnny Dodd was supposed to be here yesterday. He's here today. We're going to work Johnny in as well. Johnny's on the City Council. And we got somebody else coming in a little bit later on today. I'll have to check the calendar. Seems like we got another dynamic guest.
It's not on my calendar, but
No, it's on
her.
it's on Melissa's calendar. That's what's
She's
got the real
my calendar.
she does. She really. It's 8:23 and it's 45 degrees. We'll be right back here on the program.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Good Thursday morning. It is 8:28. It is 45 degrees in Midtown and J-Town. Dan Reeves along with Gina Langley. Gina, good morning. How are you today other than the kitchen?
I'm good. How are you, Dan?
Doing fantastic. JP Stovall, Pastor JP is running for city council here in the city of Jackson in District 1. JP, great to see you.
Good to see you, too.
I love that watch.
Well, thank you.
And Trey Cleek is here as well. Hello, Trey.
Hey, Dan.
Good morning, sir.
We started off talking about those bank closings. One of the things that I wanted to kind of, it's not a bank issue, but this is something that has been talked about. SVB Bank, they had an A rating just days before this all happened.
Exactly.
And that harkens back to, like 2008,
Yes,
with some of those ratings houses like Moody's and stuff being kind of tarred and feathered a little bit, rightfully so, for kind of selling ratings, I guess, is what you're going to say. And, we need to be able to trust our ratings houses. And a lot of things that we hear about here in Tennessee is how highly the state of Tennessee is rating. We're always AAA rated, or
Right.
Whatever they want to
The
whatever they
United
want to tell us.
States.
The U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when we see a bank failure, this is 40 so far this year, but most of those aren't A rated. When you see a bank that large A rated and it collapsed like that, that's the ratings is a problem, that they're not getting that part right.
Exactly. And I didn't understand this. A lot of these smaller banks are heavily backed by real estate. And that market, because the Fed has raised the rates, pretty high pretty quickly, and we're all used to cheap money, that sector of the economy has been hit really hard. And, the speculation is we're going to see more and more banks go belly up, unless they're too big to fail.
Too big to fail. Yep, and then we will be asked to very nicely bail them out,
Really
right?
not nicely. We're going to be told that's what we're doing. And
That was tongue in cheek.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
didn't get that.
yeah. Because
It's the
remember how
kitchen-
nicely they
it's the
asked
kitchen
us
thing.
to bail them out.
Last
you know,
time.
08, 09, yes.
And I think one person went to jail from all of that.
Yeah,
from
I think it was
2007,
Bob
2008.
Ney.
Yeah, one person. And I don't know.
I'm kidding about Bob Ney. That
Oh,
he's
I-
already been in jail.
Oh, okay. I'm a little slow on the uptake this morning.
Yeah.
My point being, I don't think they've changed anything as far as the regulations go. And banks now have to have less cash on hand. It used to be 10% of the deposits they're holding. After COVID, it's 0.
I think
We ought to start a bank, JP, if you don't have any money.
Let's do it.
No money.
Yeah. What do you think, Trey?
I'll be the senior vice president.
All right.
You want me to? I mean,
I want to be the
We don't need
CEO.
any money.
Yeah, we don't need any money to open us thinking bank.
But we'll have to we'll have to take some deposits really before we do a loan, though, won't we?
Isn't that like a Ponzi scheme? A little bit?
I think that's what we're saying. That's not.
Fonzie?
You don't have to do that.
It's a Fonzie scheme. Yeah. Well,
Start calling you Bernie Madoff.
yeah. You know, the thing about Bernie, JP, that he didn't need the money. It was all, he was just to entertain himself. So he
Right,
would get away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. I mean,
What a monster.
He was a monster. Or
That's,
is. He's still alive in jail. His son killed himself. I know that after just pure
Is Barney
shame of it
still
all.
alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in jail.
I
He's in
thought,
jail, yeah.
I thought the guy was, I sent flowers and everything. It's, you can't trust him. Even in death,
So
I'm gonna have to fact check that on Bernie Madoff.
I'm almost sure, but I'll fact check it. Okay. The preacher is.
Well, if we get that wrong though with Bernie, that's not a big deal. He didn't have a large fan base these days. That was amazing what he
think so.
just amazing what he did though.
no, he died in 2021.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected.
Yep.
Sorry.
One of those COVID
That's why I'm
deaths that
here.
Fell through the cracks.
To clean this up. That's why I'm here.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that.
JP, dude, you are looking fantastic, man.
Well, thank
Is that
you.
not a nice suit?
Nice spring suit.
That's yeah, that is.
He's
What is that?
dressed for success.
Velvet? What is that? Velvet? We broadcast on Gene Langley Ford Studio in Jackson, Tennessee. Gene Langley Ford is the dealership that serves Shirley Belt. At Gene Langley Ford, shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com. GeneLangleyFord.com. And you can set your service visits. Actually, you can shop and build the vehicle from the ground up. Secure financing, all that at GeneLangleyFord.com. And we'll open the phone lines up here in just a moment. A couple more questions for JP. That District 1 on the City Council, who was filling that chair?
Sure. So originally, before Sam Turner got it was Gary Pickens. Gary
Oh,
Pickens.
that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gary
yeah.
Pickens moved, and so
Where did he move? To Atlanta?
I'm not sure.
Where the Weather Channel was headquartered?
I'm not sure.
Gary was really good at
he
weather.
moved out of the district. Yeah, great guy. He moved out of the district, and so Sam Turner was appointed. And Sam, unfortunately, his mother passed away about 3 months ago, and large portion of his family lives in East Tennessee. So he's going to be moving to East Tennessee sometime in the in the future. So
Sam, sorry to hear about that about
yeah,
your mom.
absolutely. So he had been serving the rest of Gary Pickens' term, and his name, is still on the ballot, but he sent out a presser that he's not actively campaigning. So
okay,
yeah.
Do you know what's happened with Gary? Why he stepped down? I guess I could ask him.
Yeah, I think he moved out of the district.
Oh, is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when you move out of the district, you have to.
That seems to be a problem. Yeah.
But I tell you, I really want to see, because in the last election, Gary ran unopposed, and
he won in a landslide.
Well, 795 votes, which are complimentary votes, but to be the largest.
He got that many votes because he was in the basement that entire.
That was Biden.
Oh, that's Biden. That's right.
But to be the largest district, I want to see what's up with voter turnout. We got to turn out the vote, right?
That's issue. Trey, you've been following politics a long time. What do you think it is that the turnout in elections in locally and nationally is just it's pitiful, really?
Well, I'm gonna kind of back off one of the things you said. I see it in the local and the state. Now the federal elections, 2020. Trump, Biden, everybody showed up to vote. It was one of the highest voter turnouts we've had in Madison County ever. But
what do you remember the percentage?
I want to say it was up over 60%.
Was it that much?
I mean, it was huge.
Yeah,
and
that reflected too nationwide. You're right about that.
But that's a race that gets constant in your face coverage, and everybody's talking. Everybody's talking about Trump this, Biden that. Right. I mean, when I say everybody, I mean everybody. And then. Sometimes our local
you're right.
elections,
Everybody.
They just kind of for whatever reason, people feel a little bit more apathetic. I think we're doing things really well in Jackson and in Madison County, and so some folks they do get a little bit more apathetic for the local elections.
Yeah.
Trey Cleek, that's the voice you just heard, and J.P. Stovall's running for City Council, District 1. My name's Dan Reeves, along with the lovely Gina Langley. And Bourbon and Barley's remote is a week from Friday. Tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day. Exactly. Mulligan's St. Patrick's Day.
Dan,
what about it, Trey?
I'm clean shaven right now, but when my beard's out, I look like a leprechaun. Okay, I can't avoid my Irish heritage.
It's a good thing.
Oh, by the way,
good thing.
I'm thinking Brad Greer, no facial hair. And okay, dude, am I connecting the dots here, Brad? Got to go. He is worse than George Steinbrenner when he owned the New York Yankees. No facial hair.
Mine was just hunting season's over with, so it's okay to be smooth faced. But I know Brad has kind of a thought process regarding facial hair. I'm aware of it. We've discussed it many times.
Tell you what, JP. I'll help you do it. You may need some miracle. I don't know, but that Raleigh Fingers type mustache.
Oh yeah.
As soon as you are sworn in, just to let Brad know, hey, look, Tom Selleck type mustache.
Yeah.
Just to let you know I can.
I dig it.
You with me?
Let's do it.
You're not gonna do it, are you?
Not a chance.
Okay, so what do you think, Trey? You have a question for J.P. Stovall here, or what? Because we got a huge opportunity. Have you guys seen the reports? I think maybe the Chamber of Commerce and others were involved with the growth, this forecast for Jackson and West Tennessee and the Blue Oval City Zone. And we're in it, and we're going to be one of the, in a good way, most affected areas right here in Jackson, Madison County. What is it now? The peripheral, all the jobs combined, like 50, 60,000 jobs or so. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's a number that's unprecedented for the state, let alone us poor little West Tennesseans.
Exactly.
We've never seen a project of this scope and magnitude ever. not that many places have. I mean, it's huge. This is the largest investment Ford's ever made. So,
Period,
they're one of the largest companies in the country. So
we actually have traffic now. That's why I'm typically running late in the morning, Dan.
What you got to do is
in Jackson.
You got to be able to leave a little bit earlier. I got tied up in traffic this morning coming in. Got behind some school buses.
Yeah, he could walk home from here.
But Dan,
I could, but I'd have to walk by Dumplings and always.
That'll hold you up.
Yeah.
It will.
So you asked if I had anything for JP, and I kind of do now that we've been sitting here for a minute, and I didn't realize who I was going to be on the show with today. But
is that a shot at JP?
No,
I'm kidding.
no. But
or it wouldn't have came. I thought he was saying if I knew JP was going to be here, I would have came in. But he didn't mean it that way. I took him out of context.
No.
I would have come in with some different questions prepared. I like to be prepared. I'm an Eagle Scout, Dan.
He is.
West Tennessee Area Boy Scouts. It's a great organization, and I'm on the board of directors for that. And I've been a volunteer there ever since I turned 18 and aged out. But I'm an Eagle Scout. Our motto is be prepared.
Yeah.
So I don't like to walk into any room without having some thoughts laid down. But anyways, out south you've had. I don't want to go
Trey,
off.
I love you, man.
I'll go off on a tangent like this, Dan. I mean, but out south, there's always been kind of this thought that they're thought of as lesser than North Jackson, and geographically, the interstate came through North Jackson, and that's led to all that development we see out north. And this is a totally different town than when both of us were kids
Absolutely,
growing up.
yeah.
But what do you think? How important do you think it is for out south economic opportunity to get that bypass? That bypass they've been talking about forever. It looks like it's going to be a huge challenge.
Yeah.
Just because we know it. The Fork of Deer River, it's a swamp. We're trying to build highways through a swamp, and
Absolutely.
that's always going to be tough. But how important do you think that's going to be to the continued economic health of your district?
Absolutely. Well, I think it's going to be important because, first of all, they're going to be in the immediate future with the bypass coming through. There'll be some challenges because it's going to take out a few businesses. It's going to take out a few homes. And so I'm hearing a lot of concerns about that. Now, I think in the long run, once it is completed, it's going to be great. Because, anytime you have growth, there's some growing pains.
You've asked Nashville about that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
And so I think at first it's going to be a little, I'm not sure, but I think once it's completed, people are going to love it. And I think you're going to see more businesses begin to navigate towards that area. I hope, certainly hope that's the case.
Well, they got a Marco's Pizza out there at South Jackson. They got the
I love
Lady
that.
Hawks.
The Marco's Pizza, man.
Isn't that great?
Oh, wow.
Have you tried the cauliflower crust?
I haven't. I've heard you talk about
Dude,
it.
I'm telling you, it's healthy, but don't let them keep you away from it. It tastes
Yeah,
great.
that normally keeps me away.
Me too.
I mean,
it's my favorite pizza there. Pizza crust, the cauliflower crust pizza. You wouldn't know it was cauliflower crust.
Yeah.
It's got a distinct crisp. It's a little crispy, which I like.
And
don't you?
I
Jeez.
love
I'm
Marco's.
hungry.
My go-to at Marco's is that barbecue chicken on thin crust.
Oh yeah, dude. What about you? Do you live out south? Where do you live at?
No, I live out north. I live out close to Pope Elementary School. But I went to South Side, and
That's what I thought
you touched on it.
34-0.
We had
The Southside
Miss
Lady Hawks.
Basketball,
Lady Hawks.
Tamia. How about that?
Tamia
How about that
Lawson.
academic achievement on top of athletic
Do
achievement.
you know Brent McNeil?
He was in my younger brother's group age. I think they were actually in the same classroom for a while, but I don't really know him.
He's a great American. I tell you, the basketball. You know Brent, don't you, JP?
Yes, I do. Great.
But I'm
guy.
certainly, as a Hawk, I'm certainly proud of what
And
he's
then-
accomplished with his girls this year.
34-0, man. That's incredible.
Yeah, that is.
2 overtime game in the semifinals.
I listened to every minute of your you calling that game this past weekend, and it was just amazing. Now, I wish I could have watched, but I just listened. But it seems to me that just listening to it, jumping out to that early lead wire-to-wire winner, but leader. But jumping out to that early lead allowed them to really control that game. And even coming into halftime, when they made that little run and got a little bit close,
Right.
they had such a tremendous lead that they were able to fend that off, and it never really was in doubt.
You're right. Who was it? Livingston Academy in the championship. They got within 4 points a couple times, but then they couldn't break through that glass ceiling of that 4-point deficit. They couldn't get any closer, and I didn't get all that nervous in that game. Now the semifinal, I was nervous. I had to, when we went to at halftime, I had to go out behind the dumpster, burn a heater, but
or two,
because I was nervous. Not because the Campbell wearing sunglasses said, "Hey, you need to smoke."
Well, I tell you, and it's great, isn't it great, Trey, to have local high school sports be able to listen to on the radio. Shout out to Dan Reeves, shout out to Dr. King, and all the people for making that happen. And it's great to be able to tune in and listen when you can't be there to your Lady Hawks.
Man, well, and that's our pleasure, I tell you. And the unit, the G unit.
Oh, he's great.
Well, he is fantastic, isn't he? Man, the unit, a Southside grad, and ran into him he called me on the air for like 20 years. He's a great caller, and ran into him at a Southside game, and he said, "Man, glad that you're back with the county schools, calling these games." And he said, "I helped him. I did some broadcasting during COVID for him." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, I majored in communication at MTSU." I said, "Well, I don't have anybody calling the game with me. You want to come up and call the boys' game?" He said, "Yeah," and I thought he was fantastic.
Natural,
Is G Unit, is that Glenn?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I knew in talking about.
We were not supposed to say that on. Can we dump that? We're not supposed to say his real name on the air. The FBI will be up here and have.
What's his buddy's name?
Z Money.
Z Money.
Yeah. Now you sure you talk about G Unit or Z Money?
If there's aliases and stuff involved, I'm out.
No, Glenn is fantastic, man. He is fantastic.
Well, I've talked to him about Southside sports for. It was me and him we celebrated together. I guess it was 2 years ago when Southside beat Northside in the Commissioner's Cup.
Oh yeah,
we were standing next to each other watching that game, and I just know him from being a good Hawks fan.
Yeah, he was a tremendous Hawks fan. He really is. JP Stovall is here. JP's running for City Council, District 1 here in Jackson. And Trey Cleek is here as well. My name's Dan Reeves, along with Gina Langley. It is 8:47. It is 45 degrees. We expect to rise to the mid-60s today. Gina, that'll be much. That'll be mo better. Mo better.
It's ridiculously cold.
Rain moving in.
Yeah.
Not to take Larry's thunder, because Larry is the weather man.
The preacher with the buzzkill over here.
when you can run the weather out in reverse, that's pretty impressive.
It is 10 days
Indeed.
out.
He started with past forecast and then rolled right through it, right into the barometric pressure.
In Bemis.
Oh, Larry, nobody cares about the barometric pressure, but whatever.
That guy in Bemis does. They called in.
Well, that's true.
And ask for the barometric pressure.
What's the barometric pressure in Bemis? Okay, so JP, we're going to get into some serious issues here with Trey Cleek. Do you want to get involved with that?
Hey, I'm ready.
You can always plead the fifth. That way you can practice as your career further. No, I tell you, it's great to have a young man with all the energy you have, and I know you personally, and the integrity that you have seeking an office to try. You're a great family man, and you got 2 young kids, and you and I had talked way before you decided to run for public office on your feelings and your attachment to the city of Jackson and West Tennessee. So it's good to see somebody young with energy getting involved here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think, that's a good thing for young people that are capable and educated, qualified to, step up and try to do everything they can to serve the people that they love. And I love this city.
No doubts.
Yeah.
Trey Cleek is in the house. Now, Trey we were talking about Lieutenant Governor McNally and his post on social media. The guy considered himself, the 20-year-old, to be what is he listed? His job is like gay
model
or homosexual influencer.
Okay.
And to everybody's surprise, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally was posting on this fella's Instagram page, and one of the photos he posted on, and I'm sure you know by now, was have the gay influencer bent over and in like a G-string. That's all he was wearing.
It's like
and,
a booty shorts. It was booty
is that what they call it?
Booty shorts.
Booty shorts, okay. And his private parts were not very private. And Lieutenant Governor McNally called his name and said you could turn a rainy day into a rainbow.
He was encouraging him,
what was it?
It was three
smiley faces,
3 heart emojis, and 3 on fire emojis.
Is that what they do? 3 on fire emojis. And he didn't. It's the first rebuttal was witch hunt. This is a witch hunt. Democrats are doing this, but I think McNally shot that down real quick and said, "No, I did it."
He did it under his own Instagram handle too. Literally, Lieutenant
Yeah.
McNally
But it
was
was-
the name that he was trolling
Right.
these guys with.
And he was featured on Saturday Night Live last week, a week or two after Governor Bill Lee was featured on there. So it's made national news. Trey, what's your thoughts on? Because you keep your finger on the pulse, so to speak, of what's happening politically, not only in West Tennessee but across the state. What do you think?
Well, I think it's twofold. Yeah, absolutely. It's really, I don't buy that kind of, oh, shucks, he's just an old great grandpa.
No.
I don't buy that for a minute. Facebook's over 20 years old. I hate to break it to everybody, but Facebook's 20 years old. Social media is not new.
Boy. Yeah.
Okay. Social media is not new. He's been in Nashville in the Senate since the 70s. Okay. He knows how to comport himself online and in person. And so I don't for a second buy that it was just all sunshine. He should have known better if that's not his intention. And I don't know that it wasn't his intention to be flirtatious with that young man. It's kind of, that's hard to read. But one of the things that I did want to talk about was,
do you know Randy?
I don't. Of course I've met him, but as far as having a personal relationship with him, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't be able to call me by name when we meet.
We have mutual friends that they just think the world of him.
A lot of people have always said nice things about him, but one of the things that I want to say is that he's been called a hypocrite. Now, I'm not familiar. He's in Oak Ridge. That's forever and a day away over in East Tennessee. So I've not ever really had my finger on the pulse of his campaign tactics. If he's ever campaigned talking about traditional values, certainly using the word hypocrite to hit him is fair, I would say. But one of the things that they've made such a big deal about, and with Saturday Night Live as well, is that he's hypocritical to be posting stuff like that and communicating with constituents like that on social media while he's passing these 2 controversial bills that have been going on in Nashville. The child gender transition surgery bill and the drag show bill. Now, I don't see that as hypocritical because I don't view either one of those bills as what they've been saying is that those bills are anti-LGBTQ. The way I view those bills is they're not anti anything except child abuse. They're against child abuse. I see kids, young ladies, young girls, double vasectomies on 11, 12-year-old girls, that are healthy, chemical castration of young boys. It's just that's child abuse.
Well, there's a lot of talk. There's Trey Cleek is here, and on the program this morning, I keep hearing that, and I find it very difficult to believe, Trey, that an 11-year-old could show up at Vanderbilt with no parents and no way to pay a medical bill, and they would say, sure, if you're having a bad day, we'll chop both your breasts off, no problem. You know what I mean?
But well, even if their parents are with them and willing to pay, those parents there's lots of things that we don't talk about that happen that parents do to their children that is still a crime and it's still child abuse. But
and the Catholic Church comes to mind, and I've never heard the passion that I hear today, and that's widespread abuse.
Well,
you know what I mean. That's and I know your heart's in the right place. I know you. I'm just trying to figure all this out because I was hearing that kids were showing up at Vanderbilt with no parents to have this done. I don't believe it because no one. I've asked. The reason I don't believe it because no one has shown me proof of that. Now Jamie Lee Curtis comes to mind. She was born with both male and female sex organs. Her parents had to make a decision when she was very young. And I've read a lot about this to where if they make a decision and they make the wrong one, it devastates the parents and how hard that is for parents. My concern is, Trey, that this, in the name of politics, there's going to be some people who are going to have their rights as an American citizen trampled on in the name of politics, because we're talking about 1/6 of 1% of Tennesseans identify as trans. That's it. Is this a solution that doesn't have a problem attached to it? And is this going to end up costing some parents the right when they've got to make a decision which would be, if they make the wrong one, it's going to be horrible. You know what I mean?
I do. I think that what you're describing with Jamie Lee Curtis scenario is not the vast majority of what's happening with most of these. Most of these kids are not. That's not a situation that they're in. It's a situation where parents are. I mean, I was here. You hear about. I read an article the other day where a parent started their child's transition when they were 3 years old. This child could not even articulate anything about gender.
Wait a minute.
What's Santa Claus, for heaven's sakes?
Yeah. Do what? Do what, Gina?
He was talking about parents who were allowing a 3-year-old to begin transitioning from one gender to the other.
I wouldn't even say allow it. I would say forcing it on them, because three-year-olds can't make their own decisions.
Right. Well, they can't find their butt with both hands at 3 years old, right?
Yeah. So, Trey, I agree with you. I really do, and I consider myself a liberal, and maybe this isn't a more conservative stance
Can we dump
to
that?
take.
We need to dump that.
Look,
this is West Tennessee.
Socially. But no doubt, fiscally, you're conservative.
Oh,
That's
no
what
doubt,
I would say.
No doubt.
But being considered liberal socially could also be considered conservative socially.
Exactly.
It's weird how
it's weird. It's so weird.
Yeah.
But to Trey's point, there's been some studies done recently, and I saw this on a TED Talk where these groups of typically females decide that they want to transition, and it becomes like a cluster of women, young women who decide to do this, and they're depressed. Maybe they're cutting themselves.
It's that psychological issue you brought into it that I'm concerned about.
Let me jump in just a sec. Can we hold that thought just a? No, we don't. You do. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we.
Top of the hour, Reeves!
Oh my God!
That was a joke, Gina. We're at the top of the hour. I had to hear my man say it.
Hey,
it's
one
been
more
a long
time.
Uninterrupted, JP.
Top of the hour, Reeves!
I would get distracted at JP. I don't know why he did it, but it was hilarious. I don't know. The first day he did it, I almost got under the desk. Top of the hour, Reeves! I was like, I'm not going back in there without a helmet on. It is.
That was for you, Larry.
We missed you,
You probably
Larry.
woke him up. He probably woke up and said, wait a minute, we're on a break. And his underwear and his cats are looking at him going, geez, this guy has completely come off the hinges. It is 8:59. It's 45 degrees. Trey Cleek is here and JP Stovall. And we'll be right back after the news and continue our conversation. It's a very interesting conversation about some very serious subject matter. So you stay right there. We'll be right back from the Gene Langley Ford studio. It will open up phone lines and the text line presented by Advanced Rehab and Medical, advancedrehabjackson.com. And we return. Stay right there.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Homeland Security does not have operational control over the entire southern border. That testimony from U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz at a congressional hearing the other day in McAllen, Texas, flies in the face of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas's insistence that the border is secure. Ortiz also telling Oklahoma GOP Congressman Josh Brecheen that a wall would have gone a long way to securing the border.
In the prior administration, we had 200-plus wall that was appropriated, and the President of the United States, President Biden, by executive order, shut that down. Do you disagree with his decision to shut down the construction?
Yes, sir. Democrats boycotted the hearing, calling it a political stunt. Republican Mark Green says the only stunt is the Democrats' boycott. The Pentagon has released video of a Russian aircraft pouring fuel on a U.S. Air Force surveillance drone and clipping the drone's propeller in international airspace over the Black Sea. The hostile action forced the drone to crash, and Russia is now trying to recover the remains. The arguments have been presented. Now it's up to a Texas federal judge to decide whether to overturn FDA approval of a widely used abortion drug. Correspondent Sean Murphy says Alliance Defending Freedom attorneys argued for rescinding the approval.
They argue that the FDA should withdraw its approval of this drug because the approval process was flawed and that the drug is more dangerous than the FDA has indicated.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifies at a Senate Finance Committee hearing today, looking to reassure lawmakers and the nation that the U.S. banking system remains sound. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, stock futures are mixed. Right now, the Dow futures down 127 points. NASDAQ futures up 37. S&P futures 3 points in the red. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I'm Corey, and this is my story. I was going through some financial troubles paying off my credit cards. I was paying high interest rates, and it just wasn't getting any better. And I knew I had to do something. So my mom told me about Trinity, and so I decided to call. Trinity was able to do something that I couldn't. I'm paying off my debt, I'm saving thousands, and things are really looking up. I promise you guys, you will not regret it when you called Trinity, because it was such a relief and less stress in my life, and it was the best thing I could have done for myself, because once I called Trinity, they took care of me and I felt such a relief, a weight off my shoulders. Trinity was great to work with. They wanted to help me. I love it.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
I'm Corey, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Or 45 Bible. For the first time in 12 years, South Korea and Japan's leaders are meeting in Tokyo. The meeting comes as North Korea continues to fire off more missiles.
North Korea has now launched 4 missiles in a week, each more aggressive than the last. The missile we saw today was an intercontinental ballistic missile. So these are the missiles that are capable of reaching all the way to the US mainland. And really, North Korea is showing the US and South Korea and Japan that it is becoming more of a threat. And South Korea and Japan are seeing the benefits that they can have if they start to share their intelligence and their militaries work together on this. And we've just heard from the press conference that the two sides have agreed to restart security talks shortly.
The BBC's Gene McKenzie in Seoul. Poland's president says his country plans to give Ukraine a dozen MiG-29 fighter jets. Poland, the first NATO member nation to fulfill Ukraine's request for aircraft. News and analysis, townhall.com. Texas officials are taking over Houston's nearly 200,000 student school district.
The decision by the state to intervene follows allegations of misconduct by school trustees and chronically low academic scores at one of the nearly 50 high schools in the nation's 8th largest district. The decision has angered Democrats who call the move political. Other big cities, including Philadelphia, New Orleans, and Detroit in recent decades, have gone through such state takeovers. Such drastic measures are generally viewed as last resorts for underperforming schools. John Scott reporting.
Shares of banking giant Credit Suisse have soared 30% after it announced it will move to shore up its finances by borrowing up to almost $54 billion from the Swiss Central Bank. And watching Wall Street ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Nasdaq futures up 37 points, S&P futures down 3 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years' experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the ball game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, newstalkwtn.com.
8 minutes past 9. Good Thursday morning. Dan Reeves, that's my name, along with Gina Langley. Hello, Gina.
Hey, Danny.
The lovely Gina Langley. And the handsome JP Stovall. It's, think Tony Soprano, the look, not the way he operates.
Right.
Right. Not.
That's
He's the preacher.
Yeah.
I leave that to the deacons.
That's the way it keeps you out of it, right?
Right.
JP has done a lot of work with us here. Did you know that, Gina?
I did not.
Oh, yeah.
The Uncle P and Larry show.
Uncle P and Larry?
Yeah, for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we had fun times. Good times.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Chick-fil-A. Wendy used to bring us Chick-fil-A.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, breakfast would be nice about right now.
Wendy?
Mom? Well, she's at the courthouse working, but hey, just take an early lunch break.
Yeah.
The Lord's Chickens across the street.
That's right. Chick-fil-A. Trey Cleek is in the house, and ain't no doubt it's always good to see Trey Cleek. Trey, thank you for being here.
Hey, it's great to be here.
Johnny Dodd was scheduled to be in yesterday, got his wires crossed. He was here today, and Johnny was in the green room. I did enjoy some tea, but I think he had to go. We'll reschedule Johnny to have him back in.
Yeah.
Our apologies to Johnny. We were booked up for today. And some issues.
I'll say something on Johnny's behalf. I've helped him with his basketball camp for years, and that's a great program that he runs over in his district over in East Jackson. That basketball camp is fantastic. So good job on that, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny does. Gina, if you want to adjust that thermostat, it's getting hot in here. So Gina's going to adjust the thermostat, JP. She'll be back.
Well, she'll be back.
Stand by for news.
Stand by for Gina.
Stand by for Gina. As we broadcast from the Gene Langley Ford Studio in Jackson, Tennessee. Gene Langley Ford is at 3500 Eastern Drive in Humboldt. Now straddling Eastern Drive. They've got a wide stance. On one side of the street, it's the new car division. The other side, the pre-owned division of Gene Langley Ford. And shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com. You can build the vehicle from the ground up, even secure financing and set service visits at GeneLangleyFord.com. But wait, there's more. It's family owned and operated. John, Gene, Richard, Sarah Beth, they're all right there at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. The phone lines, the number to get in with is 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496, presented by CWA Developments. Yes, sir?
I'll take the next one. The Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398. Dr. Shannon Bone, ranked one of the top 10 chiropractors in the world.
You ain't lost anything, JP.
I still got it?
You still got it, man. Yep. Everything that JP said is true. Dr. Shannon Bone, AdvancedRehabJackson.com. To text the program, 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398. And when it comes to CWA Developments, Gina, one thing that you don't want to happen is what happened to you, and that's having morning coffee and part of your roof landed in your coffee cup.
The ceiling in the kitchen is falling.
Yes. Yeah. CWA Development, they do commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, and renovation, fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, gutter, roof, window cleaning to get you all looking nice for this spring. Wood repairs. We've had some high winds, like Hurricane Katrina rolled through a couple of weeks ago, and several people had damage to their privacy fences.
Mm-hmm.
They can take care of that. And deck repairs. They're open Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And for emergencies, including Sundays, 731-503-9598. Over 80 years experience providing high-quality, personalized service to our customers. CWA Developments, 731-503-9598. Okay, we were talking about what happened with Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally. Do you think he's going to survive this?
You know, I'm concerned that that he's got friends that are going to try to come to his defense and, encourage him to stay and do that. I don't know that he does survive it. This is the kind of hypocrisy that we want to call out. If he was ever, and I feel like he had to have at some point talk about values and voters. You know, he really kind of has shot himself in the foot by exposing himself this way. I don't know that he can survive it. I know that I certainly was upset when I saw this story break. So I can only imagine what other conservatives are feeling that's very similar to me.
It's the family value thing. What do you think of our family values today?
They don't. They are on a national level, which with the advent of social media, the subject at hand, that ever creeping internet is making the world smaller.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what used to be isolated, rural, agrarian West Tennessee, all of a sudden everybody's got Google on their phone and Facebook on their phone. And so they get exposed to a lot of different ideas when they're at young, impressionable ages. And so, the family unit does seem to be taking a hit. And you know what? Go back to like the 40s and the 50s. What was the divorce rate back then? And what is it now? Over 50%.
Over 50%.
Yeah, in the South, the Bible Belt is higher than the rest of the country.
How many families do we have that are new traditional family? Two-parent households. That's becoming more of a rarity than not. That becomes the rule, not the exception.
Yep, that's a lot of truth to that. And
I think the kids are kind of paying the price for that. I think that the nuclear traditional father-mother household is healthy for kids, and it sets structure, and there's not as it could be the kids could grow up kind of having a stigma about it if they're not in that situation.
It's something else I worry about is mom and dad yelled, especially dad yelling at the TV, watching Fox News or watching MSNBC. That's what these kids are seeing these days, right? And it makes them the trophy generation, and dad's always angry. You know what I mean? We have. My parents are a great example. Not that they're angry, but Mom, Dad, I love you, and but they've never followed politics in their life. Now they're experts based off of what Tucker Carlson says. And he's being sued. Fox News is being sued. Rupert Murdoch could not do this in Australia. They wouldn't put up with it. And it's weird what's going on. It's
hyper politicization.
Yes. Yeah, I think there are people that say we're the most propagandized country in the history of planet Earth. You think there's anything to that?
I think no. I think that there's always been propaganda, and it's on us to to raise our kids and to teach our community how to be aware that that's going to be out there and to see through it, and to critical thinking. that's the center of the dartboard. If we can teach our kids how to think critically, that'll solve a lot of that, because then they're able to see both sides of an argument, work it out in their head where they stand.
So, kind of like they do in U.S. Senate and Congress. Oh, wait a minute. No, they don't. They hate each other. It's weird.
I just want to talk about the American family. You're talking about like the traditional nuclear family, and I do believe that that's the best place to raise a child. I don't know if you're familiar with Jordan Peterson. Are you familiar with him at all? He says the society promotes marriage, and the nuclear family, a man and a woman raising their children together, marriage solidifies that, and it makes for a very stable, usually, hopefully, environment. But also marriage is so that as you become empty nesters, you can take care of each other in your old age, right? So you were talking about the nuclear family. I'm a firm believer in we're a blended family at my house, and that extended family, growing up with aunts and uncles and cousins, and it makes for a very stable home life to raise children in. So I guess my point is sometimes families don't look like a nuclear family, but you can enjoy a huge
like a nuclear
blended
bomb. Yeah.
You can enjoy a huge family, and we're blessed at my house to have a huge blended family. And I think that's the most important thing, that children are raised in a secure, safe, warm, loving environment.
And I'm going to push back. I'm going to tell you that is a tradition. You're blended. You've got a united, you are in the mother role, your husband's in the father role. You are. I mean, just because you're a blended family doesn't mean you don't have people performing those roles.
Exactly.
So I am with you.
Exactly.
If you've got that duality in your household, especially when you've got developing children.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
And it makes the children, it instills family values in the children. So I'm an only child. We're getting ready for a birth of twins for my youngest daughter. I'm going to have 10 grandchildren. We have 4 children, 10 grandchildren, and it is absolutely the most important thing to me in my life. It brings me the most joy, and I don't understand sometimes how marriage gets such a bad reputation, although I say that and I'm kind of like, yeah, I do kind of understand some of it.
Yeah.
But the divorce rate we were talking about a moment ago being so high, and it's just easy to walk away sometimes.
I want to tell you one of the conversations that we kind of, I don't know if you're familiar with this term, but it was something that they used when Europeans were colonizing the Western Hemisphere. Burn the ships.
So you have no plan B, right?
But we don't even discuss. Me and my wife, we burn the ships.
Right.
We're all in, and that's one of the things that I really am 100% behind, that kind of mentality of keeping it, realizing the scope and magnitude of the commitment we're making to each other.
Yeah, and above and beyond just raising children, right? As you get older, you need that support from your spouse, but then having a huge extended family and what that means just from a happiness and joy, satisfaction level in your life. It is literally why I'm here locally now, and I gave up a job February 1st that I was traveling a lot. I'd been traveling a lot for 17 years, and I was really tired of it. I want to be here and help with those baby twins that are due in July.
Twins, two
exciting.
of them. 2 twins.
If one of them is a girl, her middle name is going to be my middle name.
Oh.
So I'll have a namesake. I know. She's going to be
What's your middle name?
Annette. Yeah, I can't get anybody to name a grandbaby Gina, and believe you me, I've lobbied hard for it.
I'm much more.
It's
I
like
like
an
Gina
old
a lot
lady's
more.
name or something.
Gina?
Yeah, that's what my kids are saying.
No.
Total push.
Annette
pull,
is.
Gina.
Yeah, I'm with that.
So Annette's going to be the middle name if one of the babies is a girl. But
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna
Maybe,
get a namesake.
I like Gina a lot better than Annette, I'll be honest. Don't you?
I do.
Gina's
too.
a great
so
name.
my
Hey, let me
daughters
switch. JP. What's JP?
John Patrick.
Oh,
No, write that
very
down.
nice.
John Patrick Stovall, ladies and gentlemen. JP.
Now, where are you? Where is your church home?
So, Victory Worship Center. It's on Old Humboldt Road.
I know where that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
333 Old Humboldt Road. And actually, I want to mention this. Anybody listening? We're starting a spring revival Sunday night at 6:30. Sunday night at 6, Monday through Wednesday at 6:30 with Johnny Minnick. Johnny Minnick, for any old Southern gospel fans out there, used to be with the Happy Goodman family.
Oh, yeah, the Happy Goodmans.
Played
yes.
piano with them and sang. And
Man, I was a Henson family.
Yeah.
That was my favorite.
Well,
You remember them?
I do.
I wonder if any of those, if they're.
They are.
Ronnie?
Yeah, Ronnie.
Ronnie's still alive?
I ran into him at in Baton Rouge at Jimmy Swaggart's church.
Are you
not
serious?
too long ago. Yeah.
I think, is Kenny still alive?
No, he's passed.
I thought he did. And Larry.
Yeah, I think he's passed too, but Ronnie's still alive.
And Ronnie, I think, was the oldest of those brothers.
I tell you,
is the sister still with him? You know,
I'm not sure.
Okay, the Henson. Do you know who that is, Trey?
When he said Minnick,
The
that
Hensons.
sounded familiar, but you lost me with the names after that.
Okay, yeah, they had some great. The Lighthouse. I think Ronnie was. Yeah, they were fantastic. Go ahead, JP.
But yeah, so he's He sings, a tremendous songwriter. He's written many songs, songwriter, but he's a great preacher. He's it's going to be good. So that starts this Sunday night.
Sunday, and Pastor, what's his name again?
Johnny Minnick.
Johnny Minnick. He's Sunday through
Wednesday. Yep. Sunday night at 6. Monday through Wednesday at 6:30.
Awesome.
Dan, I just want to say that I didn't realize where your church home was, but you guys have had y'all hit some struggles. My mother lives right next door to you guys, and I know that you guys took a huge hit with that tornado.
The tornado of 2008, we actually. So that was Lighthouse. Lighthouse sold their property after the tornado. We bought it.
Okay.
And our plan is to build sanctuary there. 2025 is our plan. And so, but right now we've been meeting in what was the gym, kind of converted it into a sanctuary. And but we love it. It's a great area.
Listen, I'm happy to hear about that plan to build. I'll be keeping that in my prayers.
Thank you.
Oh, dude, yeah, you'd love it. I've been over there several times, man. It's
and
cool.
The roof didn't fall in, unlike Gina's kitchen.
Yeah, we have a plumbing issue, and it's like a thing at our house this morning.
It's a thing, and it is a thing. Hey, we got a mayoral debate coming up a week from tonight, a week from today.
Very exciting.
March 23rd at Jackson Northside High School, the auditorium, which is beautiful auditorium there. We want you to be there, folks. As Mayor Scott Conger will be there, and all the other candidates for mayor will be there, and it will be a chance for you to see these mayoral candidates behind a podium taking questions and addressing those questions. And you'll be able to listen right here on News Talk 96.5 FM and watch the debates at newstalk965.com. newstalk965.com and all of our social media platforms as well. And if you've not downloaded our free mobile apps yet, please do so. Just go to newstalk965.com, and right there we are on the screen. You can watch the program, and just over to the right-hand side, you'll see click here to download our free apps for Apple or for Android, and newstalk965.com right there. I'm looking forward to this debate forum-type setting next Thursday at 6:30 is what time it starts, and you're invited to attend. And we were talking earlier, this is the first step in getting involved. It'll give you a lot to go on making your decision on who to vote for mayor. It's pretty. Early voting starts in 5 minutes, right? When does it start?
The 12th.
April 12th.
This is where we make an impact. We talk about, and we were talking about earlier, the national elections and how that draws so many people. But, if you want to make a real impact, local elections really, they affect mine in your life.
Absolutely.
A lot more than what's going on. Not that Washington doesn't, it does, or Nashville, it does, but right here locally, that makes the difference.
Yeah. And this is presented by Sports Orthopedics and Spine, and Dr. Nord, and they're two of the most respected orthopedic surgeons in the world, and they're right here in Jackson at Sports Orthopedics and Spine, now on Stonebridge in Jackson, that beautiful new facility that they have right there. Sports Orthopedics and Spine, world-class care focused on you.
There you go.
And me and JP.
There you go.
Yes. And that's what local businesses do. They support our community. So thanks to Sports Orthopedics and Spine for all they do, not only for our carpal tunnel and our knee replacements and things like that, but they give back to the community. We really appreciate it. Trey Cleek is in the house. JP Stovall is here. JP is seeking the office of City Council, District 1. And
he found it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was seeking it and found it?
He did. He's like, they said that Vanderbilt University found it in 18 whatever. I said, what does it mean? The guy's walking through the forest and said, look what I founded. It's Vanderbilt. Founded. He founded it.
Found it.
So with the growth projection, an in-depth study was done by
That's right.
Youngert Associates, and what was projected has been wiped away since Ford, Blue Oval City, announced the largest investment ever, and it's right here in West Tennessee. Upwards to 60,000 jobs will be created over the course of time. It will impact West Tennessee big time. So Jackson is going to be growing maybe to the level we've not seen. We had a growth spurt, but certainly in the 90s, but this has a chance to eclipse everything. There's Mayor Conger would like to bulldoze Jackson Plaza that's been sitting empty for a long time, and it's in the heart of the city, really.
Yeah.
And that's where Mayor Conger would like to see the new arena/convention center/hotel complex is right here, kind of Midtown area, which would change the landscape big time. Do you like that plan?
I'm going to be optimistic and say, yeah. I just want. So this is my. So just from my time on the county commission, that's my district, and the economic downturn of that little hub of retail in Jackson has really troubled me. Seeing the anchors from the mall run away and leave that kind of in desperate, and that's happened within the last few years. But the service merchandise building has been empty for
a long
decades.
Yeah,
I mean, a long time.
Right.
It just sat there and done nothing. I can remember when I was a kid when that was the heart. This was the heart of Jackson. We came to the mall.
Yeah.
We went down to the corner. I can remember going down to the that little shopping center by Rafferty's, and Blockbuster was in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
So renting a movie on Friday night, Batman with Michael Keaton. That was I can remember going there and convincing my dad that we didn't need to rent it, we needed to buy it, and we bought it from Blockbuster. But I mean, that was that was the place to be, and then it very quickly. Some things vacuumed out of there, and then it's become. There's been some trouble with crime at the mall, and I'm just hoping that kind of a reinvestment in that area could stimulate the economy and encourage small business or even medium to large size businesses like Macy's to come back. I have hopes for that area, and I think that that's aside from the fact that I do think that a convention center works for Jackson. We need something that's hotel with connected to, and I'm a big fan of the free market though, so it's kind of a contradiction in my personality to say I'm hopeful for it, but I am.
Well, and I feel you. It's same here, Trey, and there's some things with the free market, like it's the Ned, for example, that may not make sense to a private businessman, but it makes a lot of sense for the city in the type of when it comes to quality of life. We are blessed with one of the best symphony orchestras in America, which is amazing for a city of this size, isn't it? And things like that really, when people look at relocating, they look at things like that. And Peter Shannon, are you kidding me? I mean, this no personality, but so bashful, one of the greatest, one of the best at what he does in the world, and he's right here in Jackson.
Absolutely.
You think he's excited for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think you're probably Peter. He lives in Ireland still most of the time, but he's out in Jackson, and boy, he is a true Irishman, isn't he?
Yeah,
Peter Shannon.
It's incredible, but I'm sure he's probably in Ireland for tomorrow. That he's not in Jackson right now for this big of a holiday. I know that he's over there. I
don't know. Mulligan's has a pretty big draw.
Yeah.
The food is that corned beef and cabbage.
Isn't it fantastic?
Me, I'm going to tear it up tomorrow.
Lordy mercy, yes, sir. Mary, just you've been warned. We're about to bust Mulligan's.
Miss Mary knows about how I am on St. Patrick's Day with that corned beef.
I love some Mulligans.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, there's an opinion piece I want to share with you that's in the statewide fish wrap today, the Tennessean. It has to do with Randy McNally. We'll get to that here in just a bit, but also there's a bit of controversy over our state representative Chris Todd, who's a friend of ours, and he's a very frequent guest of the program with the language when it comes to gun laws in Tennessee. There's some concern about 18, 19, 20-year-olds with guns. What do you know about this, Trey? What's your thoughts on it?
Oh, so yeah. Yesterday, and I did watch this committee hearing. The House Civil Justice Committee met yesterday, and the way that Representative Todd, and I do consider him a friend and a great representative for our community, but the way he kind of phrased it was that it was a cleanup bill to bring state code more in line with the U.S. Constitution, and I support him wholeheartedly. Watching that committee hearing, there was a lot of things said, and I'll deep dive into a couple of them if we need to. But Chris cited several court cases that have been decided recently where we can't discriminate against somebody after they're turned 18. 18 is the age of adulthood, and to say that somebody can't do something after 18, but yet they can be drafted into the military and vote and a lot of other responsibilities that come with turning 18, to say that they can't exercise their right to bear arms is a violation of the Constitution. And I agree with that assessment, and I agree with the courts that have decided that. And so this kind of brings that into that bill, and it passed out of committee and it's headed to finance, which was a big one, a big step for the process of that bill. But I think that if we're going to say 18 is the age of maturity in this country, then 18 is the age of maturity in this country. There were some other things said. I'd like to quote a couple of the representatives, but let me fire back to you.
I want you to quote them, but the other side, the other opinions are like this. If that's what you feel about it, 18 years of age, they should be able to smoke, right? Cigarettes. They should be able to drink alcohol, liquor, whatever it is. Be consistent across the board is what I'm hearing. How do you feel about that?
I agree with that. I've never served in the military, but I've got a lot of good friends of mine, men that stood next to me in my wedding and in crucial moments of my life that were in the military when they were 18, straight out of high school. And those guys, I'm 40, so
I'm a man. I'm 40.
But my age is important because in 2001, the year after I graduated high school, our country was attacked. Our nation was attacked. 9/11 happened, and the global war on terrorism followed for the next 20 years. I'm not saying that it ended in the early teens like some people will say. I mean, it was going on until we just got routed out of Afghanistan. But the global war on terrorism has really left an impact on my generation. But those friends of mine they were 19 years old when they became boots down on Afghan soil fighting Taliban, shooting rockets and getting shot at by AK-47s. And we're going to sit here in Podunk, West Tennessee, and tell them that they can't drink a beer on their off hours? That's ridiculous.
Well,
he said Podunk, Tennessee.
I'll say this about that. I feel you really do. Some other things that are being said about that is, is it a good point to say that they're very heavily regulated in the military, right? They're not just, it's not like hanging out with your friends in the Walmart parking lots and making a decision on, hey, where do you want to go? It's, you're learning a lot. You've got a drill sergeant in your face saying, to stomp your guts out, things like that. It's quite a different environment to have a gun in the military than to be able to carry a gun into a arcade. They don't even have those anymore, right? No arcades. So I'm showing my age.
Really
with your cassette tape, when you go to buy your cassette tape at Camelot, you know what I'm saying? It's that's quite a bit different, and we understand that the frontal lobe is not developed at 18 years of age. Right. You know what I mean? Is there a point to be made for that?
I don't think so. I don't agree with that. I think that it's actually the opposite. I think that those guys, while I will agree there is a strict chain of command and we follow orders in the military, if you're privates don't speak back to sergeants. They say, yes, sir, yes, sergeant, and they do what they're told to do. But, at the same time, when they're in combat, those soldiers are trusted by the rest of the men in their unit to proficiently use their weapon to defend themselves and defend their guys.
But it's such a different environment.
Come home and carry a pistol on their hip or something.
Well, we don't want to have the same rules of engagement from the battlefield to
but it's the
Main
level
Street.
of trust I'm talking about. That those guys, that trust level has got to be insanely high, that you trust the man next to you. And if they can be trusted in that hyper situation of combat, just in their normal day-to-day life, certainly they should be trusted.
I got you. I feel you. It's a well-regulated militia. I got one on me right now. Just letting you know, JP.
Oh my!
If you don't know now, you know.
Yeah, well, I carry too.
I do too.
You see these?
So,
we'll round it out with the full house so everybody here.
But Trey, we have more guns than people, and right now, and we lead the world in just very few things. One of those is the number of mass shootings in the U.S. And we're passing laws to make sure that 18 and 19-year-olds can carry now. Let them in on the party. So we've got we have an obesity epidemic in Tennessee. We have one in our country, and Tennessee is at the top of the list. That means we're probably the fattest people on earth. We're angry. It's a toxic environment. We have a conveyor belt, mass production of narcissists and sociopaths because of the parents raising the kids now are mad. They're angry, yelling at the TV is one of the reasons that, and these kids not getting the type of nurturing that's required as a kid. So now we're going to mix in more guns. What could possibly go wrong? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would agree that if there is a situation that is volatile, the addition of a firearm could be negative. Yeah, that I would acknowledge that. That's about as far as I'm willing to go.
And not that I disagree with anything you're saying. It's just, it's. I worry about our priorities sometimes. A well-regulated militia that people keep hanging their hat on. That was when we didn't have a standing army for our country, a military, and states had to come up with their own defense in case Arkansas decided to come over here and rob our Walmart to take it back to theirs, sort of a thing. So
I have a question.
I got a newsflash. They already do that. Every dime that is spent up there at Walmart goes straight back to Bentonville.
Yes, it does.
So, that's an excellent point.
Yeah, that's already happening.
Yeah.
Well, we need to be there when they come back for the. Sorry, I've got an anger management problem, and I'm working on it. But it makes me mad to have to go to those classes.
He says that all the time.
It's
just say goose fraba.
What does that
mean? That's what they said in the movie Anger Management.
Oh, that's right.
It didn't work out so well for him, though.
It sure didn't. You were going to say, Jim?
I do. I have a question for Trey. What do you think? How do you feel about people in the state, in order to carry a concealed weapon, they do not have to have a permit. They do not have to go through the safety courses. What's your take on that?
I think there's some confusion. They do. You said conceal.
Right.
So the constitutional carry is not concealed. That's open carry. That's where it's not concealed on you. There is a difference.
Yeah, but
having
in reality, though, you can carry a gun on your hip, and you don't have to have training in Tennessee.
That's right.
And
that's a right granted to you by the U.S. Constitution. And you
Yeah,
know,
as long as it doesn't start
I know you mentioned the well-regulated militia, but there have been Supreme Court cases. You know, that the Supreme Court's determined that that's a man.
Yeah, and the
singular man.
Supreme Court also determined that a corporation, they're people too, and they think it'd be a good idea for them to back up a Brinks truck to the political candidate of their choice. They've proven to us that they're the supreme morons.
Right now, I'm not opposed to that.
Now I will.
Who's your super PAC, JP?
I'm gonna acquiesce on that one because I do not agree with every decision that comes out of the Supreme Court. Like we've discussed there, I've got opinions, that's for sure, and they don't always line up with the Supreme's take on things.
I love that about you, Trey. You don't have to march in step with go along to get along. You're a free thinker. I love that about you.
Let me touch back on
Gina is too. That's a problem.
Let me touch
That's
back
a joke.
on the 18-year-old thing though, and one of the things that was said in the committee hearing on the 18-year-old thing though, and one of the things that was said in the committee hearing yesterday, it was Representative Jernigan from Nashville. You know, he mentioned raising kids and he had 4 kids and that he didn't even trust his 18-year-old kids with car keys and locking their doors. And I thought, you know, what an odd thing for him to say, that he's raised 4 kids to adulthood and he doesn't trust them to have car keys or lock doors. I mean, that's a simple, basic level of responsibility. So I understand that there are those out there that will tell us that the brain is still maturing at 18 and it's not fully developed and things. But at some point we have to we have to draw a line somewhere, and
let's do it with guns.
We can't.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm saying 18 is the line that society has drawn, and if we go back more than 125, 150 years ago, for the entirety of history before the last 100 years, 18 you were an old man. You know, if you weren't married with a full-time job and having kids at 16, you were behind the curve for the entirety of history. But
life expectancy, though,
lot.
but life expectancy was like 30. You know, going back.
But I don't think that accelerated the maturation process.
Oh, I do. If you don't have very much time, you better get after it.
Yeah. There's a pending Tennessee bill eliminating the right of private individuals, businesses, and governmental entities to prohibit the possession of firearms or other weapons on property they own or control, and that has businesses alarmed here. Senate Judiciary Committee members earlier this week ran out of time, but I don't know where I haven't followed it since Monday, but State Senator John Stevens from Huntington, Republican from Huntington, they debated other measures, including several other bills presented by Stevens, who is an attorney. The bill seeks to eliminate the offense of possessing a gun or other weapon in a building or on property where there is signage posted stating that weapons possession is prohibited on the premises. Essentially, private businesses will not be able to make that decision on their own. It's going to be made by the state of Tennessee. That screams big government, while the other side of it coming out of their mouth is small governments. But it's not what they say, it's what they do. To you, is this big government taking away the decision from a private business? And what if it's a bar? Let's mix guns and alcohol. Let's see what happens.
That's a good mix.
Well, wow. You know, we're touching on a lot there, but property owners' rights are a big deal to me. And if we're talking about private property, so I think that somebody wants to decide what happens on their private property, that's their right.
And what happens if
as a gun carrier, I wouldn't patronize their business. I'd go elsewhere. That's the decision that we make right there. If they don't appreciate me being a lawful gun owning, carrying citizen, then they don't appreciate my business, and I'll just go somewhere else.
But do you think this is a message that I don't appreciate your business? Yes. I have mixed feelings on this because I don't get offended if a business, if they don't want you carrying it in their business. And now if these laws go down, you could essentially walk around with a rifle
that's horrifying.
in Starbucks.
Yeah.
And that's, I understand that's not a good situation at all. I don't see the advantage for that at all. And I carry. I just don't understand what the point is here. And as we have these great opportunities, some of this legislation I'm seeing, I think some people are going to do a double take and say, wait just a minute, I don't know if I would have, you know what I mean? What's the purpose of this?
Well, let me say this. In that committee, when Representative Todd was talking yesterday, one of the deals directly with this, he brought up that I'm a duck hunter. And the analogy he used was that if a duck hunter was to go and grab his shotgun out of his truck while he's walking from his truck to his boat, he could possibly be charged with a crime by doing
goodness.
that.
I mean, I don't think
one
that's
example.
the
But I mean,
intention
that's
of that at all.
I'd like to
that's the example that was used in the committee hearing yesterday by him.
But one example of that ever happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's never happened.
The example was used. I don't know any history of it actually being.
I think that's a fear tactic.
And
I love Chris. I love the man, but I don't know that that's ever happened.
He had to think long and hard to come up with that one.
Well, I mean, and Chris will come in when he gets back from Nashville. We'll ask him about it, and he's never shied away from.
Absolutely, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Right.
I let him. But that's an analogy he used.
Yeah.
And there was another troubling comment in that hearing yesterday that went on. One of the other tactics or themes that folks that were opposed to this wanted to hit on was something about stolen firearms, and that more people carrying guns means more stolen firearms. Which, by the way, it was very clear that Tennessee is not even in the top 10 for cases of stolen firearms out of automobiles or things like that, because the example was that going into a government office or a business, like you're saying, that's posted no carry, that folks were leaving their guns in their car, and that's when they were getting stolen. That's the example. But Representative Beck, who's also from Nashville, he said that he blamed all these firearms thefts on careless gun owners for leaving a gun in their car. But I'm gonna definitely push back on that, because we've come to a day and age where we realize that victim blaming is not acceptable, and he's blaming the folks that have just been, their car has been burglarized, their personal property has been stolen. They are a victim, and somehow they have been turned into the bad guy on this by being a victim of theft. And I don't have any tolerance for that at all.
Is there a point there though that without training? I mean, guns are not toys, and I learned so much. Like at the range, I took the safety course there, and I learned a lot about things that really, without that safety course, I wouldn't even have thought of. And the big takeaway that's stuck in the front of my head, brain or whatever, it's on the outside, it's on my forehead. You can read it on my forehead. Is that this is not a toy, and when that bullet leaves the chamber, you're responsible for it till it comes to a rest, and it could take someone's life. It could end your life or someone you love, or it could take away your freedom, even with an accident. A guy I know was chambering. He was when you with his, I think it was a 9mm. Will you rack that baby and catch the bullet, and impressing friends and family, and he blew half his hand off. It's things like that. It was an accident, but without and law enforcement almost across the border, like, this is not a really good idea to load up people with guns that have zero training.
Well, and having them in your home, if they're not secured properly, if they're not, the parents aren't acting in a responsible manner, there's all kinds of unintended consequences.
Right. And
You know, hey, let me change this topic, but stay with the same theme. You know, I was listening to the show yesterday afternoon, and somebody said something about a low information voter. You know, we don't require training to exercise our rights. They're rights. They're given to us by God or given to us by the Constitution.
Well,
and
if they're given to us by
exercising your rights-
God, if they give them to us by God, why are we concerned that a man could take them away?
Exactly.
Because it's happened in history.
God wrote the Constitution for the United States.
You look across just the last century. First thing that Stalin, Mao Zedong,
Donald Trump,
Fidel Castro. First thing those guys did, take up everybody's guns, take away everybody's weapons, and even back in feudal times, you know, it was a crime to have. You seen Braveheart, William Wallace? You know, they had to train with stones because they weren't even allowed to have swords, and that's. I know that's a movie, but that was a realistic scenario. If you were a peasant, you weren't allowed to have a sword. It was a crime.
Well, but here in the real world, like for example, the gun laws in Australia, the gun laws in Western culture with in the UK, these other countries don't have the mass shootings that we have here in America.
It's uniquely American.
And legislation to stop drag queen brunches is at the top of the list, where I have never seen a drag queen brunch. I challenge you to find one, folks, a drag queen brunch, and it's a law. You can't have those in Arkansas now.
They're becoming very popular because people are defiant.
While we continue to see the number of mass shootings grow, I don't know why that's politicized. I have no idea. If it were terrorists with a backpack with explosives killing the same amount of people at the same clip, we do something about it. For some reason,
it feels like we don't accepting it. You know, like it's the new norm now.
That's just the way it is. I got an idea. Let's make sure 18-year-olds can carry now. You know what I mean? It's how that sounds to some people, and that's why we get the pushback we do on the air. Is explain this to me again. This helps how curtail the gun violence. 1/6% of Tennesseans identify as trans, yet we're making laws to address that. You know what I mean? Do they have a point? Trey?
Well, I mean, they're maybe 1/6 of 1% are trans, but I don't know that we're passing laws to address trans people. We're addressing laws to address child abuse.
No, we're addressing laws to keep people from going to drag shows.
We're addressing laws to keep children from going to drag shows that feature adult sexual content.
But how many parents take kids to drag shows? I mean,
I've been to many drag shows, and I've never seen someone there under 21.
Well, I can pull up videos right here on my phone where they've got baby toddler hour with the drag show queens.
Baby toddler.
Places. I mean, it's,
but Trey, you know, we can
That's
pull,
ridiculous.
but we can, nobody would agree with that. You're right on that, but
even if you watch the videos from the ones that happen in Chattanooga, you know, where you've got small children being brought up on stage and.
So, do you think that they are cultivating homosexuals?
Groomers is the term that I see online.
But I'm going to tell you something. Could somebody turn you gay? Could they talk you into turning gay? No. Yeah, that's impossible.
But I'm not a small impressionable child.
Yeah, but when you were, no one could talk you into being gay. That's
I'm a rare breed, Dan, and one of one over here. Not even when I was a kid.
There's no one on earth could have talked me into being gay. And I'm convinced no one would choose to be gay. It's a lifestyle which they lose friends, family.
Yeah.
If they're miserable for and this was after I'd said something that was inappropriate to this girl I was dating that Gina knows back in the day, who was a fitness instructor and was going to have a drink again I said, are you going to have another? Why are you always hanging out with this fag? She said, I can't believe you'd say that. I was like, oh, I thought he was. She said, you don't get it. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. And before you start criticizing him, you ought to meet him. So I did. And I said, He was a good-looking guy. I said, you're a good-looking guy. I don't want to date you, but you're a good-looking guy. There's a lot of women out here. Why don't you try that out?
He didn't want to date you either, I'm sure.
He said, Dan, you got the same problem many heterosexual males do. You're not as irresistible as you think. I said, well, I'm insulted. No. And he said, no one would choose this lifestyle. I'm miserable. And he asked me, do you remember when you decided to be attracted to girls? I was like, no, I just was. He said, same for me. Yeah, you know what I mean? So why would I listen to someone who's not gay tell me about how they think? Well, that's kind of how, but that's a conservative viewpoint, and we're just about out of time.
Isn't it the parents? I mean, we're talking about parents deciding for children, and the government not being involved. If you want to take your child, which I think is inappropriate, to a drag show. Yeah, we're out of time. I love you, Gina. Mwah. Chuck Walker is in the house. Walker Talks. And Chuck's coming in this morning, and Trey, man, it's always great to have you here. That's the type of conversations that need to happen where we can go back. It's constructive, isn't it?
It is. It's great and that Constitution I've been talking about, that First Amendment, don't you love it? It allows this business that you have to operate freely.
Absolutely. JP Stovall running for City Council, District 1. JP, come back soon, will you?
Great to be here.
Hey, JP, I'm looking forward to great things. You're going to do great.
Thank you so much.
Gina, I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Here's Chuck Walker. Walker Talks on its way. And today's Thursday, so Tom Scuteri will join Chuck live from the Pentagon. That's coming up next here on News Talk 96.5 FM.
Near it in what U.S. officials say was an apparent effort to damage the American aircraft as it flew over the Black Sea. On a second approach, either the same jet or another Russian.
News, working with the nonprofit international relief organization Food for the Poor to rush desperately needed food to children in the region. CEO Ed Rain says conditions on the ground are almost beyond belief.
You just see people trying to dig everything up. We time and time again, we see kids digging through garbage, trying to find something to eat. It's so desperate that you have to witness it firsthand to really understand how desperate it is. It is so widespread.
Ed Rain adds that as hunger spreads, it is children who suffer most. More information on the emergency efforts of Food for the Poor is available on srnnews.com. Unemployment applications tumbled by 20,000 last week, falling to 192,000 from 212,000 the week before. And watching Wall Street, the Dow is down 161 points, while the Nasdaq trading 16 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Lee Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die.
Again. Just as things were looking up, you said it wasn't good enough, but still we're trying one more time. Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under. Seems like each time I'm with you, I lose my mind because I'm bending over backwards to relate. It's one thing to complain, but when you're driving me insane, well then I think it's time that we took a break. Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under. Instead of going under.
Good morning, Thursday morning. We're almost there. It's almost the weekend here in West Tennessee. Going to be a beautiful day. Currently 48 degrees. We're expecting a high today of 65, which is very welcomed after these ridiculously cold temperatures we've been having here in West Tennessee. Now, some rain, maybe a thunderstorm or two, but that's all right. We can deal with that, right? We've been here before. We've had that. Today is Thursday, March the 16th. St. Patrick's Day Eve, if you will. Got big plans for tomorrow? NCAA tournament starts today. I mean, I know it's kind of started, but I'm talking about the real March Madness starts today. A lot of the teams playing. Hopefully you've got your bracket filled out. If not, you're running out of time. It's Thursday, so that means we'll say good morning to our good friend, Tom Scuteri, reporter from the Pentagon. Tom, how are you? Is it pretty weather where you are now?
It is actually pretty weather. It's hinting the sky is blue, and it's that spring blue sky, which I just love every year here in D.C.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit less. It's probably in the 50s or 60s. I can't tell yet because I'm inside now.
Right.
But it should be a nice day today and tomorrow. You know, we're getting into the end of March. We still have some funky weather. April is the month to be in D.C. I always hate to say that because it's jammed up with visitors, but you know, we get a lot of visitors in D.C., a lot of school trips, for example.
Sure.
That's the best weather. The place looks beautiful. All the flowers and just the clear skies. It's really a pretty time of the year. And it lasts very quickly here in D.C. Doc, I don't know, probably many listeners have been here in the summer. It's very hot, humid.
Right.
That spring window closes quickly. So I always try to not travel much, in April and try to enjoy it April and early May.
Well, there's a lot of concrete there, right? I've never been to D.C., but from what I understand, it's a lot of concrete. You got hot.
But down by the monuments and down by that area, the mall, the grassy mall that stretches from the Capitol to the Washington Monument, for example, there's a significant amount of green space there, and there are a lot of parks in D.C. that help with the concrete issue. The other thing that helps in D.C., many people might not realize this, but in the city itself, there's a building limitation, a height limitation. So unlike New York City or Chicago or Atlanta or maybe Memphis, where you can have taller buildings that add to that, you don't have that in D.C. because they want to protect the beautiful skylines. You can see the Capitol and the Washington Monument. And so there's a building height. So that helps a little bit to cut down on that concrete heat, but it also means it's not always a lot of shade.
I had no idea. I mean, it makes perfect sense why they would do it for the reasons you described, but I had no idea there was a building height. But yeah, I mean, otherwise you would have, at this point, we would definitely have skyscrapers in Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you just look across the river. You look across the Potomac River in Virginia, and they don't have that guideline. There's a part of it in Arlington, which is right across the river. Part of it's built up, and you can see what it could be like.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead. Let's get in this.
Sure.
What we got going on, because news all the time. And we're going to talk about 5 or 6 different countries today, but they're all interconnected. Everybody appears to be playing ball. Let's start in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Well, as your listeners may have heard, how China negotiated this great deal and the improved diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which, on the surface, you want to have peace in the Middle East, and I'm not being cynical here. The fact that China was able to do it means because the United States could not do it because of its relations with Iran. Mm-hmm. So, but, Saudi Arabia has been drifting, at least including China, in more and more of its activity. Well, a bipartisan Senate duo, the one Republican and one Democratic senator, they're going to try to use an old law on the books to essentially punish Saudi Arabia. And what this has involved, I won't go into the numbers of the law, but it was passed in 1961. Mm-hmm. It forces the White House, who's ever in the office, not Trump, Biden, whoever, to deliver a report on human rights abuses. And this one would be human rights abuses by Saudi Arabia, alleged ones, in the war in Yemen. And that report, according to law, has to be done within 30 days. Okay? And if the White House doesn't do it for whatever reason, in other words, misses the deadline, they could be working on it, but they miss the deadline, then here's what the law says. No security assistance shall be delivered to such country except as may thereafter be specifically authorized by law. Let me put that into English.
Okay, I
That
was
means-
about to ask if you were going to explain what that meant.
Yeah, I wanted to give people a taste of what I have to short to sometimes. But that means that security assistance to whatever country is being questioned, in this case it would be Saudi Arabia, it stops. Boom. So on day 31, any security assistance going to that country ends unless Congress then passes a law to say it's okay to continue it. Is that clear?
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
So it goes automatically stops,
Mm-hmm.
and then it takes willful action. In other words, Congress then must take action
Right.
to do something, and you know how long that can be, right?
For sure.
And it's called a privileged resolution. It was introduced yesterday, referred to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. What that means is a privileged resolution means it's essentially what you and I would call fast track. It has to be fast track. Okay, so the committee has 10 days to consider it and vote on it. And if there's no movement, in other words, the committee doesn't do anything in those 10 days, these two senators, Senator Murphy and Senator Lee, could have a floor vote on the measure right away. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's interesting because it's putting pressure on the Biden administration and Saudis, of course, to do stuff. Now, for listeners who don't realize it, the Senate has been angry at Saudi Arabia for several years now, dating back to when President Trump was in office. And this is Republicans and Democrats. You know, I always like to emphasize with bipartisan.
Yeah, well, you have to because there's only so many times that happens.
That's right. Because of what's happening in Yemen with the alleged abuses with U.S. aid, they cut off U.S. aid to Saudi Arabia for use in Yemen. Because of human rights violations there that have been reported. And then, of course, there was the murder of Khashoggi, the Washington Post reporter. He was chopped up, at the Saudi facility in Turkey, and that has still not gone away on Capitol Hill on both sides of Congress. But the Senate has voted actually to punish Saudi Arabia, and it was in legislation that President Trump vetoed. So it's not like there's a strong support for Saudi Arabia. And its latest thing with China, whether or not it's good or bad for the United States, it still says, well, look, see, Saudi Arabia is playing all sides of the fence. Now, you and I have talked about before, as recently as last week, how countries look out for their own interests and everything like that. But there's a growing, frustration in Congress that the United States has provided Saudi Arabia with a lot of security assistance. We have troops in Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries. Now the Chinese are coming and they're going to be close to those bases. There's a concern that it may be time to adjust, shall we say, the U.S. relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Well, you brought up China there.
Yeah, I did.
I did. What about this? I saw this last night. Just watching some different news clips and things like that. And I mean, we do this all the time. I don't like it when people I know that are not friendly to us are doing it. But China, Russia, and Iran have launched joint military exercises.
Oh yeah, and that's it's right there in the Gulf of Oman, which is in, of course, the area we're talking about, the Middle East, that area there. This is the third exercise that they've done. The three navies. There was one in 2019. There was one last year, 2022. And the Chinese have sent a guided missile destroyer this time to participate. So look at the table. Look at the table. On Tuesday we talked to you at the end of the show. You mentioned the whole BRIC thing again.
Right.
Which your listeners are really tuned in about. And so now we have three adversaries. I think it's fair. Wouldn't you think? I think it's fair to call these three nations adversaries.
I don't know how else we would accurately describe them.
Right. So we have three of the major adversaries. I'll add the word major adversaries to the United States cooperating in a naval exercise right near what we were just talking about, the Middle East and Saudi Arabia and all those countries that we're just talking about now. So now, Iran is supplying Russia with drones, which warned Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And then now Iran's going to get back Russian jets in exchange. They're going to get that to boost up their air force, okay? We have China that invited the Iranian leaders to China 2 weeks ago. You and I talked about that for a visit to Beijing. And China's trying to do some investments in Iran. They haven't come through yet, but they're looking at it because China wants to be able to be in those waters. Russia wants to be in those waters. Russia is pleading essentially for China for help with the war in Ukraine, and China's been thinking about it. Everyone's watching China. But nevertheless, we see these three major adversaries of the United States cooperating. So they're not just single adversaries. In other words, Iran's doing this, China's doing that, and Russia's doing this. They're doing stuff together now, and that's a formidable. What word do I want here? That's a formidable tangle for the United States to try to deal with. And the Pentagon is, which is often reticent about saying stuff to give you any kind of clarity. They're not reticent about saying, that this is something they're worried about when you have increasing cooperation between essentially Iran and Russia. That's more apparent, but this kind of thing. Now, to be fair, I always like to try to be fair. The United States can conduct its own military exercises in these waters with its partners as well. And the Pentagon will say that these exercises, while, they're worth watching, they're in international waters. They're totally permitted to do that. And, they're not breaking any kind of protocols. And they're not harassing anybody while doing it, much like you think the U.S. and NATO exercises take place. All countries are permitted to do these exercises in international waters. That has to be made clear.
Okay.
That's not the point. The point is that increased cooperation between these countries is troubling to the United States.
As well, it should be. I have a lot of conversations based off of our conversations that we have with my friends, and they'll ask me what my thoughts are, and I was like, look, you need to kind of look into it yourself. But if I was looking for a starting point of what a potential threat / fear / whatever could be, I would start with BRICS. Start looking at BRICS and then build from there. Let me ask you a couple of questions, because on some of the news scroll things that I've seen, I have read, and I want to see if you've heard this too or could validate this, that China has increased in China their, however it is they rank the system here, their military awareness or their military movements. They've increased those in China. Have you heard anything about that?
I'm not quite following you what you mean
like their
there.
preparedness. Yeah, their military preparedness. Like, whatever level it sits at, they've increased. And I've seen multiple reports on that. I don't really know what it means. Like, it seems like, okay, they're preparing to go to war, like would be what your next line of thinking would be there. But have you seen anything like that? Any reports saying?
Well, let me. Here's how I can respond to that. Is that the Pentagon has said that China, they call China the pacing challenge. It's an odd term, but that means that they're the country that seems to be moving forward to develop a stronger military, a stronger economy, a stronger total package that would be the primary competitor to the United States as a world leader. Okay, That's the overarching view the Pentagon has had for at least 2 years now, and that includes, as you point out, the military aspects of it. These kind of maneuvers we just saw increased cooperation with Navy that we just talked about with Iran. You may remember, I think, Chuck, it was 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, that you and I talked about briefly, a similar exercise off the coast of South Africa.
That's right.
South Africans, the Russians, and the Chinese down there. We're seeing, more and more this type of military activity by China. So that's an indication that they want to get their Navy Navy with training outside of their territorial waters. See, that's a big difference. A lot of China's military and defensive money and initial needs has been to defend their coastline, obviously, to take over the South China Sea, and to project, quote unquote, project power in those regions close to them. Okay, both in the waters and then, of course, in the territories around it. So they have their economic thing called the Belt and Road Initiative, which spends money in other countries, and then those countries can't pay the debts, and China takes over the infrastructure. That's one way to do it. But the military, now I said this before in your show, it's worth repeating. Chinese military has not fought a war, which is good, I guess, since 1970s when it fought Vietnam. So it's military, it's military which is trained, nevertheless doesn't have significant actual combat experience. And so what they're doing is trying to reform their military to meet what their goals may be. And what's that goal? Take over Taiwan, maybe. You have to have amphibious capabilities. Okay, we're seeing a little bit of that. But the Pentagon is saying that. I'm not me, but the Pentagon is saying a little bit of that. Hold on 1 second, please.
Sure. Sure, Tom Scuteri joining us.
Sorry, my voice was just going there because
Oh,
it was a
yeah,
little dry.
I get it. No, I get
So-
it. You got a lot of information. I'm letting you go, man. You got
And
great,
so the other
great
thing is,
information.
they spend a lot of their money on hypersonic missiles and areas that they think will help them persuade the United States, Russia, or whoever their adversaries are at the moment. They could be adversaries of Russia at some point too. Don't forget. In other words, hey, we have these hypersonic missiles, so on. Now they just launched the second big aircraft carrier about a year ago, and they have another one coming out soon. So there's significant upgrades in their military. So these reports that you're seeing and your listeners are seeing, they could be related to this, but those reports, they're hard to pinpoint what exactly they're talking about without seeing them firsthand. And also, some of these reports then get diffused along the way.
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. That's the danger. But as you look and try to do your research, and everybody is more interested now because we all have the same fear. We all fear another world war, right? So I think we can say that. Hopefully we won't get there, but that's everybody's fear. Especially when people text in and call in, that's what they're thinking. It's like, gosh, are we marching up to this? And so let me ask you one more question, because a country I hear about a lot is India. Okay. And, I talked to Bob Ney about this some, because Bob goes to India twice a year, and he's talked about relations, that the United States and India has, or lack thereof. Is there an opinion on India? I don't really hear a lot about them. I know they're in this BRICS alignment. Bob says, hey, India, they really like Americans. America's, they've had some bad trade deals with them and stuff like that. But that could be a potential place if, China does continue to have an aggressive outlook on us and things continue to heat up. We could move a lot of our industry and stuff over to India. What's manufactured in China now could be manufactured in India. They obviously have the people and all of that. But do we ever hear anything about them, from a military standpoint, participating in any of this stuff?
Oh, yeah. First of all, we should repeat the obvious thing that India and China have been skirmishing on the Himalaya Mountains on and off for the last 3 years, shooting at each other, okay? Mm-hmm. And so they have a very tense border situation there. India is going to overtake China as the largest nation population-wise within about 2 decades. Very talented workforce, as you say, very thriving economy most of the way. And, it sits on its own fence. It trades with Russia still and hasn't voted against Russia and Ukraine, but you can't call it an adversary. It's a friend of the United States, and it's gotten close to the United States. Both the Trump administration and the Biden administration, and the Obama administration for that matter, and I'm sure the Bush administration. But everybody's realized the importance of India. It's a democracy on paper, and it functions close to a democracy. Mm-hmm. They've had some bad crackdowns on human rights and journalists the last couple months.
Right.
It's not perfect, but it's basically a democracy. It's in a group of alliance is too strong of a word, but with Japan, the United States, Britain, and Australia, they have a deal going, an economic deal that's been new and growing between those countries. They're all democracies, and there's mutual defense activities between the United States and India. The United States really courts India and looks the other way on a lot of things that India does for its own interests that are not what the United States would prefer, but ultimately, when you weigh something, the good outweighs the less good.
Right.
And India is an important nation. It has a very strong military, and of course, India's foreign policy rests on one big thing: its relationship with Pakistan. Not a good relationship. Obviously, the countries have fought several times in the last 30 years. Mm-hmm. There's always the potential for that to happen. And so, it's one of the critical countries. When we talk about BRIC, as we have been, it's part of BRIC, and it's a strong economy, and everyone wants to have India as their friend, and for all the right reasons. India does not project any intentions of wanting to take over other countries, other than, Kashmir with Pakistan. Its foreign policy is not considered to be, bellicose and threatening to many countries, which is not always the case, of a big country.
Right.
And so, as a hedge against China, for example, it's a very good option.
Okay. And that was kind of my question, because I mean I see them linked in BRICS, and I was just curious where they were in all this. But it sounds like they're trying to be as neutral as possible and just look out for the best interest of India.
Yeah,
Well, it makes
and
sense.
again, it's hard for Americans sometimes, and I understand this. It's hard for Americans sometimes to figure, hey, why aren't they with us 100% of the time? Well, first of all, a lot of times it doesn't benefit a country to do that, and it's not really needed. The State Department and the White House, a country may vote neutral on something, and that doesn't mean they don't support your position. It just means that, let's just change the dynamic. Sometimes members of Congress don't want to have to cast a vote that'll hurt them in their reelection. And so, Democrat or Republican, and if it's something that's going to pass for either party, they'll often go to the majority leader or the assistant majority leader of their party and say, listen, this is a tough vote for me. We're going to win easily anyway. Do you really need me to vote? And they'll say, no, don't. You don't have to vote this way. That's not for you. You vote for your district,
Right.
And that's sometimes what, when you think about it, that's kind of like some of these countries,
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's a great way to look at it. You're right. It seems right now when tensions are higher, even than normal geopolitically, like when someone's not always on your side, you think, they must be on the other side, and that may not be the case. But that was I wanted to ask you about that, Tom. Another thing, while we've got you on here, this drone situation in the Black Sea. Dumped the gas on it, knocked it down.
Oh yeah,
it's in the sea now. Russia's looking for it. What's going on? I know that they've spoken to one another. Shigoi is or however you say his name. It's spoken. What is this? And can Russia tell us that we can't surveil the Black Sea?
Well, that's their opinion is that the Black Sea is their territory. That's their territory. Before we go on to that, I just want to make one thing clear.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something called the Quad Security Dialogue, the Quad Dialogue. Okay. It's not a military alliance, but security dialogue, and it's Australia, India, Japan, and the United States. That's what I was referring to a few moments ago. I want to get the official name out. So, I mean, this is a security dialogue, where you talk about security dialogue. It's essentially a response to China. It's not China wants to call it Asian NATO, and they don't just, India says that's not a NATO thing because it's not a military alliance, it's a dialogue. So you have that, which is, important. Australia, United States, Japan, and India. That's a pretty four nations there. Now, on the drone thing, these kind of intercepts by the Russians happen often over the Black Sea, over the Baltic Sea. They not just with drones. The Russians have harassed NATO aircraft, Norwegian aircraft and others by coming close. Again, I know some listeners may not like this, but you're allowed to fly your aircraft. Take a look at what's up there. We do it all the time as well. That's smart. You want to see what's in the air before you overreact.
Right.
Okay. Now, there's a safe way to do that, and there's an unsafe way to do that. And clearly, dumping fuel is a provocative, unsafe thing to do. That's not flying up to observe what's there or even escorting it out of your territory.
Right.
That's trying to cause harm. And then the video clip that was released this morning, you can see the very obviously dumping of the fuel in front of the drone. It doesn't show, the video doesn't show when one of the two jets hit the propeller to cause it to go down. Crimea is not considered Russian territory, despite the fact that they invaded and took it over and declare it part of Russia. The United States does not recognize it as sovereign Russian territory, nor does most of the world. If the United States flew into what would be Ukrainian airspace or Crimean airspace, it would not be considered Russian airspace. The Pentagon maintains, and I have no way to verify this or dispute it, that that drone was over international waters in the Black Sea, and it probably was. The Pentagon's been very careful, according to them, not to fly drones over Ukraine at all, to avoid being considered an adversary in that war.
Right.
Now, it's no secret the United States is supplying intelligence to Ukraine, and they've admitted that. They've confirmed that, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
But they insist that the drones are not flying over Ukraine. That doesn't mean they're not flying close to the coast of Ukraine. It was taken down. Now, the Pentagon yesterday briefing, General Milley, chair of the Joint Chiefs, said all information was wiped from it before it crashed into the waters. They don't know where it is. The Russians think they know where it is. They're trying to recover it. I don't know what they can get out of it, but you never want that to happen.
That was going to be my question. Like, I don't want it to happen either, but if they got it, would this be like a technology thing where they say, oh, well, here's some technology that we can, learn from or something like that? Why would we not want them to have this?
Well, you never want them to have anything of yours. I mean, it's like, that's why the Chinese didn't want us to have the balloon, because the Chinese probably wiped it clean of intelligence, what they collected.
Right.
But the technology, as you point out, Chuck, is you can't wipe that away remotely.
Right.
How much technology we have in our drones compared to their drones, or they don't have it compared to the drones the Iranians are giving them, it's probably significantly different. Will it be a game changer? I don't know, because I don't know what kind of technology is in it. And the Pentagon, of course, is not going to tell us.
They're not going to let you know. I mean, I know.
No, I mean that's reasonable. I mean,
sure.
I'm not complaining about that. So we're you and I can only talk about it so much. Obviously, there's going to be technology and all these things that could be valuable to anybody, even if it's just a little thing, because they solved that problem and we couldn't solve that type of thing, or give us an idea. Or they can reverse engineer what they get and see what they could find. There's always a value to this stuff, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Can the Russians recover it? Can they recover things that are critical that they could get any information at? I don't think we'll ever know that. And I'm going to guess that the Pentagon, again, they will never say this, but they're going to go on the assumption that the Russians can recover it, and they know what they can recover. They know what's on that drone, in a technology sense.
Right.
And take steps. Now, other things, these drones can be armed. The Pentagon wouldn't say yesterday if this one was armed or not, but they can be armed. So think about that situation, that if the drone fired back, what would happen?
Right, which would have been at that point, it would have seemed a military action. And this is, Tom, one more question while I've got you here, and I know you got to run, brother, and we appreciate you. And this is a dumb question, but I see this stuff. I saw it with the Chinese spy balloon. I see the values. Like, this was a $32 million drone.
Right.
Is it, when things like this happen, does anyone ever say, we're going to send you a bill, or you owe us this money, or is it just kind of, hey, this is what we do? Because, and I know, for the Pentagon, $32 million is not that much money, but that seems like a lot of money for an accident to happen.
It's a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money, indeed. And let's not pretend otherwise. The Pentagon budget's something like billions and billions of dollars,
sure.
But $32 million for one drone is a lot of money. And that's why you don't want to lose them, and particularly want to lose them in a thing like this, which really could be avoided.
Right.
But you're not going to get the Russians to pay up. And the Russians are saying, the United States invaded their sovereign airspace. So
I got you. So there's no apologies or anything like that.
Oh no.
Well, we'll continue to watch this situation. Tom, we appreciate you so much.
Okay.
Hey, tell some of our listeners where they could find some of your work, some of your independent work and stuff.
I will do that the next time.
All right, my man. Be good, Tom.
Thank you.
See ya. Tom Scuteri, live from the Pentagon. He's an interesting stuff. Do you catch him? Hold on, let me turn you on here, man. There we go. Now go.
What's up, Chuck?
What's up, brother?
No, only when I'm in here, I catch the tail end of
You need to go back and start watching the tapes. Number one, just all of you should, all the time. You should get on News Talk 965 and go back and rewatch the show all the time, but especially the first 30 minutes with Bob and Tom. They're so stinking interesting. And Tom, being a Pentagon reporter, with what's going on right now, and this is the problem I have. Not the problem I have, but this is why it's so important to ask these questions of Tom. And some of them, I'm sure he's like, oh, I can't believe that, he's asking me this. But you can find out so much information, and so much of it's 50% correct. Well, that's really dangerous when you're talking about potentially World War III. You know what I'm saying? And like, well, this is mostly right information here. And then here's a couple of other things that, could be given to exaggeration. So Tom does a really good job of saying, yes, this happened. No, that didn't happen. Things like that.
Well, that's one thing I like about the format here is it's long form. It's question, answer. Anything in print, sometimes people can, it's static, it's stuck.
Right.
And you can interpret it however you want to interpret it, or you see it through your lens. With this, it is direct question, direct answer, and there's a lot of detail and nuance to the conversation.
Right. Yeah, a lot of back and forth. But yeah, Tom Scuteri every Tuesday and Thursday. Bob Ney every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We're looking forward to talking to Bob tomorrow. Gabe Hart joining us in studio for a little bit. We got a lot of things to talk about. One of them, a mayoral debate. We'll be there.
A week from tonight.
Next week, 6:30.
Northside High School.
North in the auditorium. Have I been in the auditorium in Northside? I don't know that I have.
I have about 14 years ago, but I think this is brand new.
So they've redone it.
Revamped. Yeah.
I appreciate them doing that for us.
All for us.
I appreciate it. We'll be right back here on Walker Talks.
And now, some big news from WINN. The new February instant games from the Tennessee Lottery have arrived. Now, for some bigger news, there are 4 new exciting games to choose from. And now, for our biggest news yet, you could win a top prize of $5 million.
Make a break for fun today with February instant games, only from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
Hey, you know it's a leap year, right?
No, the next leap year isn't until 2024.
Nope, it's this year. I can prove it. Here, play this new instant game from the Tennessee Lottery.
Okay. Woohoo! I won!
See what you did there?
I jumped up and down?
No, that was a leap.
Don't miss your chance to jump for joy this February with our newest instant games. You could win up to $5 million. The Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Takes you a minute to get to where they actually sing. You know, they have such long intros. Like the Grateful Dead on some of their songs. I'm like, come on, get to the singing. Let's go. It's a great song, though. You like U2?
I never got into U2.
Man, you and Julie, I can't get anybody in this studio that likes U2.
No.
Like, the Joshua Tree? Like, you didn't think that was a phenomenal album?
Well, my music journey was pretty basic up until like the early 2000s. It's
Yeah.
really weird to trace it. And I would get hung up on certain bands and just be obsessed with them.
Just all
and
of their
be
stuff.
Stuck on them.
Right.
And wouldn't want to branch out. So
you just never found it there.
I mean, growing up, all I listened to was country music, radio country. All right. So I'm talking.
I would have loved to known you younger
Oh,
because
no.
you were you're like two different people.
Yeah.
Have you been checked to see if you're like bipolar or anything?
I might be. Yeah.
I
like
mean,
I think I've lived two different lives. Like
Two different existences.
Like a pre-28 and a post-28.
Right.
Like those two parts of my life are completely divided.
Country music.
Country music. I was like a huge, and not just like, I liked all the slow, sad songs.
Oh, and I love a good
Man.
sad song.
I've got a whole playlist on Spotify that's all just 90s sad country. Is it Clint Black,
Yeah.
Diamond Rio, like I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Now I still listen. I think I love Americana.
Me too.
So
That's kind of my
I'm
jam
a
now.
huge Jason Isbell fan.
Yes,
And
I
a
played
lot of-
Jason yesterday. Opened up with because everybody knows Morgan Wallen, Cover Me Up. I'm like, no. I mean, Morgan Wallen's fine, but Jason Isbell, Cover Me Up. He's the guy that wrote the song.
Of course, it's his song.
It's so much better.
You know, Jason Isbell took all those royalties that he got from Morgan Wallen and donated them to the NAACP
I
after
did
Morgan
not-
Wallen's incident.
I did not
Yes.
know that.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to get Jason Isbell any fans around here. that's not going to help the
Yeah.
cause of Jason. But that's a good thing, though.
I love Jason Isbell. And he is a like, he will wade in these political, social arguments and be very vocal about those things.
Does he have ties to West Tennessee, like his wife or something? There's something in my head that tells me there's a connection, I believe, to Huntington, Tennessee, for
No.
Jason Isbell. Or am I making that up completely?
They played at the Dixie for
I knew
for a few
that.
years, but they don't have any connections. Now, this is how weird I am. When I went through my Jason Isbell obsession, Amanda Shires, his wife, her sister was tagged in some Instagram picture, and her sister's just a regular citizen.
Right.
She was living somewhere in Texas. So I just clicked on her account and decided to follow her. Well, she follows
Stalker.
me back. So I've got this.
Yes.
That's my connection to Jason. And I actually met Jason at the Shell station on Van Drive.
What?
In 2016 or 17. He was driving. He used to do these acoustic shows in Germantown yearly.
Really?
At the Performing Arts Center there. So I guess he was just driving from Nashville, stopped for gas in Jackson. And I was about to referee at JCS that night, high school game.
Right.
And
So
I
had
was-
your ref stuff on?
Well,
look like a Foot Locker guy?
I don't wear it to the games. No, you gotta. I wear my street clothes to the games. But I just come out of the gym actually, so I went over to Shell.
Right.
And then there he was. He's in a BMW.
Right.
SUV, getting gas, and I
You just go up and talk to him?
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, I'm a big fan of yours."
Was he cool?
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, he seems like he wouldn't be pretentious at all. I mean, I don't know. I haven't like stalked his family or anything weird like
Well,
that, but you know, just like his music and stuff. And I've seen some interviews.
Yeah, he's great, man. Well, he's from. So I like to think of West Tennessee, Eastern Arkansas, Northern Alabama, Northern Mississippi, like all the same. It's basically the same area. Like I
Right.
feel like people from those parts of the region grew up pretty much the same.
Similarly,
right?
yeah, for sure.
And he's from, I think it's Green Hill, Alabama. It's just outside of Florence. So just south of the Tennessee state line.
Yeah,
You know,
Florence is one of the coolest. If you haven't been to Florence, get there. It's one of the coolest towns.
and it's not, what, 2 hours from here?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
You know, and it's not a bad drive, and it's so cool. Like, it's Oxford without all of the, long sleeve button up shirts and khaki shorts. Like, it's so much cooler than Oxford.
Yeah, Florence
but
is
but it's
great.
got that vibe about it to me. I love it. Love it, love it. And then somewhere in Muscle Shoals, there's a cave that you can listen to music in.
I don't know about that.
There's one in Nashville, or north of Nashville. There's one, but there's a cave that they actually have performances in, like in an actual cave. Have a bar there and everything. I haven't done that yet, but I'm definitely going to.
Need to put that down.
Yeah, for sure. I'll find the name of it. Gabe Hart joining us here. Gabe, I read your article. I guess last night, maybe this morning on the website on News Talk 965. Talking about the debate. You've got some interesting points. We had Brandon Shields on here yesterday. He hung out with us for a few hours, and Brandon was telling us about an upcoming story he's got with State Representative Chris Todd, and they talked about, the drag show bill, and talked about, some of others, his accomplishments and what he would like to see done. talked about the school board. I didn't realize it was Chris Todd who brought the partisan school board bill up to have
Sounds
school
about
board
right.
elections partisan. But now they're going to bring legislation up in the state, or maybe they already have. They're trying to get it passed to where municipal elections will be partisan. And so for like, and what that means is right now your county elections are. So county commissioner, county mayor, they have, it's, you know, I can be Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever, you know, I guess Green Party, Libertarian, whatever platform you would want to run under, you can. School boards, man, I still, that one's a tough one for me. I don't get as tied up with it as some people do. Like, I'm not near as passionate about it as you are.
Yeah.
I do think the school board one is really tough.
Well, and I've said for a long time, this is way before I started to dislike Chris Todd. Before he even brought this legislation forward or wanted to push it, I've always been against partisan elections for local government. Always. Now,
and what's your thought on that?
Like, why am I against
Yeah,
it? Well,
yeah. Tell us your thought. I mean, I know we've already talked about it before, but we
Yeah.
got people who haven't heard. Go.
Just because in a town our size, there's no excuse not to understand the candidate's issues, number one.
Right.
There's no excuse not to understand those and to be able to educate yourself on a specific candidate's platform without the need for a party letter next to their name. The second, most of the things that are decided locally in a community don't have anything to do with a party platform. They're just best practices for a community. Now, I know when we had Brad Greer on there, he pushed back on something about taxes. And I think a lot of the things that he talked about were very just gross generalizations or stereotypes of the national impression of a quote unquote Republican or a quote unquote Democrat.
That would be, to me, and this is the conversation Brandon and I had yesterday. I am not one of these who thinks everyone should vote. I'm not. I don't think. I think that it is more responsible if you don't know anything about any person running at all. To me, it's more responsible for you to not vote. The same way it would be operating a vehicle, right? Your vote can affect my life. If you don't know how to operate a vehicle, I would prefer you not to be on the road because that could endanger me and my family. It's the same way to me with voting. Here's where I landed on it. I think at a local spot, I don't get too tore up about it. But if you don't know, if you haven't taken the time to learn about the people running, you don't need to vote because we've got, like this mayoral debate, we have 6 different people that are running, and all 6 of them are very different with their, you know, I believe all 6 of them want good things for Jackson. I believe all 6 of them think that they would be a good mayor. I believe in you know, their belief system, they think that they would be the best person for the job. But we have to, if you don't learn about it, I think it's laziness to just vote for a D or an R or something like that, because what is it? I have had questions within just, I mean, the local Republican Party here. I'm a conservative. I own a small business. I am a big time limited government guy. I'm not huge on regulations. Now, do I think maybe we should regulate some of the trains? Yeah, maybe that. You know, we should probably have some reasonable regulations. But I am what I consider to be a Republican. But I know there are other Republicans out there. Some of them call this show that are very extreme. There's a huge, vast difference between my R and their R. And so it's, you know, just being in the same party, there would be huge differences. So that's why I think then you kind of lose the individual there. Like if you just vote on a party.
Yeah. And when you get the letters involved, what you end up doing consciously or subconsciously is bringing all of the national narratives that are attached to those letters into a local election, and there's no place for them. And then that's when things get muddied. Then you start to lose the points of what each candidate really wants to do and how that candidate will affect your life as a Jacksonian, not as a Republican or a Democrat. And one thing that, and I know I've, like, Mayor Conger and I have gotten into it on social media before. I don't necessarily
share the screenshots.
I wish I could.
That would be awesome.
I was so petty, and he was petty too. We were both very petty about it.
Sounds like you both.
Yeah,
I could see that happening.
Honestly. So that's what and like I've always supported him pretty much. But one thing I do appreciate about him, I have no idea where he stands on a partisan political level. I don't know.
Right.
I don't. Sometimes I'm like, man, maybe he's conservative. Sometimes like, well, man, maybe he's liberal, and that's how it should be.
Right.
Because he's the mayor of a city in a nonpartisan position. I shouldn't know what he is.
But it may not be partisan anymore because, I mean, probably like most legislation that's brought up by Republicans in the state of Tennessee now, this will get passed, I would imagine.
Well, remember we were talking about the closing the primaries, which Todd also wanted to do. That never made it out. That died.
Right.
So,
but to me, that's a different thing. Because if you're going to pass it for a school board, I can't imagine how this doesn't get passed.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
And so when it does, here's another question. All right. I would never, ever, ever, ever run for public office. But if I did, I don't think I'm a registered Republican in Jackson. Okay. I don't think I am. I vote that way. A lot of the times I'll vote that way. National elections and things like that. But who decides if I say, I'm running for city council, it's now partisan. Chuck Walker running for city council, right?
Right.
Running against Julie because she and I are in the same district. All right. So I'm going to run against Julie. Here we go. Can I just put the R by my name? Is there a baptism that takes place? Like you have to be, somebody has to say you can run.
I think you've got to be knighted by Brad Greer.
But I mean, seriously though, somebody has to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
For you to be, so that would worry me.
Well, that would be where the primary issue would come in. Then you would have all of these repeats of whatever happened with the county mayoral election all over again. I just think it's a bad idea. It consolidates power to the extreme, one way or the other. Because at some point, right, maybe 50 years from now, 100 years from now, this will be flipped. The Democratic Party will have all the power in Madison County and Jackson, just like they did before. That's just the way these things go. It's a seesaw. And when this is flipped, you're going to have every Republican who wanted to close primaries or make everything partisan complaining about the fact that it's that way when they don't have the power.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that goes. So why even just keep it the way it is. Keep everything everything's not nonpartisan anymore. I guess that the city races are the only things that aren't.
At what level would you be comfortable with partisan? State level? National level?
Yeah, I think, well, it depends on state level, right? Because even the representatives we have represent an area. There's still ample time and way with the way technology is and the way information is so readily available to understand the platforms that you're voting for the individual. National level, obviously that's going to be a little bit tougher, but I still think on the state level for some of these positions, I don't think a party's necessary. But here's the thing about parties. That's where all the funding is.
I was about to say the money's there.
At every level. Like if you're an independent candidate and you were trying to run your own campaign, like you better, I'm going to say, be a member of a church and have good connections so they can donate to your campaign, or have some type of social group where you're well connected so you can get funded. Because if you're an independent trying to run your campaign, that's expensive.
Right.
And so, if you run under a party, and no offense to the Democratic Party here in Jackson, Madison County, it's pretty weak right now. They're just trying to build it back up.
Did they get, we've had people call in the shows before and say that they've gotten disbarred. Well, I don't know what the right term is from the state level. Did we lose our Democratic Party here?
We didn't lose it. We've got it. And I actually spoke at the meeting.
Well, of course you did.
2 or 3 weeks ago with the resident liberal.
Yeah. Was there anybody there?
Yeah, there are about 20 people.
Okay.
So I think they're trying to get it back going, but the funding probably that they would be able to provide, and I know they would probably get some from the state as well, would be nothing in comparison to probably what our local Republican Party could raise for a local candidate.
But could I not say to you, well, then they have to do a better job? That's not, you know what I mean? Just because something is unbalanced doesn't necessarily make it unfair.
Yeah, I guess they do have to do a better job, but I also think, I don't know that people so here's, I am left leaning, obviously. I don't cling to a party
right
as hard as I think people who are in the far right cling to a party. Man, I feel like they got a death grip on that thing. And they are, and I don't know if they're scared or what it is, but they are hell bent on keeping whatever that system is in place that has given them this power.
Yes, but I mean, some of this is just because of the area that we're in. Because I think if we woke up tomorrow and we were doing this show in, San Francisco, California, it would be very, very different, right? Because this is what we're surrounded by here. There's a lot of Republicans. This is Tennessee is maybe the deepest red state right now in the union with some of the
we are
the
definitely
stuff.
setting the tone for conservative politics in America.
And so, but your mind, New York, California, wherever your mind would go to think about the liberal states, I would imagine it's the same way there because there's so much. There is so much legislation that is passed. Like, I mean, we keep this drag bill and drag show and drag whatever that started right here in this town. It's become a state law now. I mean, it will not go away, right? It's become a national talking point about it. But I mean, look at some of the laws that have been passed in California that no matter if you're right or left, most reasonable people don't think that's a good idea. They may say, okay, this was born of a good spirit, but the practicality of it's awful.
Right.
And so, I mean, I would suggest that they are going extreme too. I feel like both parties at times are running as far away from the middle as they can. And I don't know that we need to be that definitive.
I would be interested to know, let's say California, New York, whatever state you want to pick as the mirrored version of what Tennessee is.
Mm-hmm.
And by mirrored, I mean, way a mirror works.
Right.
Reflection. You raise your right hand, it looks like you're raising your left.
Right.
I would be interested to know if their local elections are partisan or not. Like, I think that's what is bothering me is that all of these things are starting to seep into the local waters of politics. Because look, let's be honest. When and we can talk about the debate. Maybe this can lead into it. When Ray Condrey announced his candidacy for mayor,
mm-hmm.
Chris Todd was right there.
Right.
And he publicly thanked him, and I've seen them in pictures. So he is bringing this narrative into this, right? Like this
ultra conservative,
right, narrative.
Time for Jackson to get back to the root. I forget the direct quote. I want to find it because I'm very interested in getting. And I met Ray Condrey Monday for the first time. Met him face to face at Rockendo at Larry Lorance's announcement for city council. Gabe did not see you there. Keith Shirley and I went
I should have been there.
That.
I should have showed up.
But I did meet Mr. Condrey. I invited him on the show because I'm very curious about, taking us back to our wholesome. I need to find the quote exactly so I don't mess it up. I certainly don't want to misquote him. Seemed like a very nice guy. I'm just curious what that looks like.
And that's what I said in my article. Because what this debate forum, whatever you want to call it, I know speaking for us at 96.5, the questions that we are going to ask are going to be tangible questions that they're going to have to answer, that they need to give tangible answers. What is your plan to do this, this, and this? It's not going to be these hollow narratives or ambiguous ideas of, making Jackson a wholesome place. What does that mean?
And that's the quote.
Okay,
so what we want to do is just make sure that people feel like they have a safe, clean, wholesome environment to raise their kids in. See, in that I'm curious because, and then there was another quote, and I don't know if this was the right article on the Jackson Post or not, bringing us back to the family values that made Jackson great. I'm curious what those are.
So I think those two quotes are different because everybody wants a clean place to live. So if you want to talk about the three-pronged approach you're going to take to addressing the litter issue in Jackson, go for it. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Right?
And Mr. Condrey actually this weekend he has a thing. I got invited to it on Facebook. It's on Saturday where they're going to have two different locations. They're going to meet out. They're going to clean up. They're going to pick up litter. That's a hell of an idea.
Why don't I get invited to these things?
Well, you're not as personal as I am. You don't have a winning personality like I do.
But yeah, that's what, and safe, same thing. And that's
right.
where okay, so how will you address crime? And so that is a narrative that's out there now that Jackson has a crime problem.
But that's the truth, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. That's what I want to see. Like, I want to see statistics. I want to see what do our violent arrests look like in 2023 compared to 2016? So are they escalating? If they like, that's what I want. So I think.
How do we know we get the accurate information?
I mean, I feel like that's public record.
Is it?
Arrest records?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's information, and that's information that we should have, or the candidate should be able to tell us too. So if that narrative's out there that Jackson is unsafe, because I've seen that narrative on social media, like, what is the reality? Where are our violent offenses? Right now, we know that we are, we arrest a lot of people. We've had to build a new jail because, well, one, it was over.
Well, that was the state. Yeah, that was the state made us build the new jail.
But the fact, I mean, we're still arresting. But so are those violent offenses? Are those nonviolent offenses? Are they missing parole? Like, what are the reasons behind why we're arresting so many people? So I guess that's the thing. The narrative's out there that we're an unsafe city, or there's a lot more violence. But is that the reality? That's what people feel. But feelings are and listen, I'm sounding like a conservative talk show.
Yeah.
Feelings are different than whatever the facts are.
That's true.
I can't believe I just said that.
But it is true. You know, and when Brandon was in here yesterday, I love conversations that continue. I like that because I think that makes for good educational radio and hopefully entertaining at the same time. Brandon said yesterday that he was talking to a police chief at the time. And I forget which one he said. I don't know if it was Sheriff Weiser or not. But he said, you know, right now, people think that, you know, you see something on WBBJ, there was a break-in at the mall, so smash and grab at the mall, right? They run the lead story at 5 o'clock on Tuesday. On Wednesday, they may have the same story again. On Thursday, they may have the same story. Well, you may have seen it on Thursday. I may have caught it on Tuesday when it happened. So you're talking, I hear the break in the mall today. Well, no, but there was one 2 days ago. It's the same story, but it's been repeated 3 times. And so as it gets repeated, does it seem like, well, gosh, this is happening every day? And I thought, well, that was an interesting, and that's from a law, a police person's perspective of it. But I mean, we know about the incident, or we don't know a lot, but we know about the incident in Walmart North yesterday, right? We know something happened. And so these things are happening, but how many police, I mean, I don't know what we can do about that. Hire more officers, crack down on crime. I mean, a mayor or a city council person, a county mayor, a county commissioner, I mean, they're not in charge of passing laws. You know what I mean? Let's, have it harder to be, first-time offender. You're going to have more jail time or whatever it is. That's not what they do. So I don't know what we can do to help unless we just employ more police officers, which I've seen the flyers up all the time. They're hiring.
Yeah.
They're hiring.
So, I guess maybe you pay them more. I don't know. I mean, I guess and that's what I want to hear from in this debate.
Yeah, from all the candidates.
I don't want to hear, well, crime's a problem. We got to do something about it. Like, okay, if it is a problem, what are you going to do to address it that's different than what's already being done?
Hiring more officers. Because I think that that's what they're going to say. And I think that's a great start. But I also see the same things on social media. Like, hey, this now is a great time to apply for, Jackson Police Department, Madison County Sheriff's Department, whatever. I mean, they're hiring all the time. And so what else can you do? The problem is every business is hiring all the time. If you're not working right now, you either can't or don't want to. Because, I mean, there's a million places hiring for really good pay. Yeah. Really good pay. This isn't, what it was 10 years ago. Right. You don't roll into a factory and start off at $9.75 an hour hoping to get your overtime so you can hit it's not what it is anymore.
No, they're paying more hourly, but I will say this as well, like it's a lot more expensive to live in 2023 than it was in 2013.
Very fair. Very fair.
And so that's kind of that's sort of been my pushback against Bill Lee whenever he announced recently that every teacher is going to start, he wants every teacher to start at 50,000 baseline. And that's a whole other conversation, but as far as the way cost of living has increased and teacher pay has increased, like it's
not proportionate.
It's not at all. Like not at all.
But it would be impossible for. We're going to come to these texts right here. We've got a couple we need to get to. You want to get in with the 731-800-8398 Advanced Rehab text line. 731-800-8398. Our CWA development phone numbers are 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. I think, and I know, that's state funded versus, private business, but like businesses right now I mean, you're having to pay your people more than you've ever paid them. My cost, right? I'll run a small business. My costs are higher than they've ever been. My margins are much smaller than they were 5 years ago. Much smaller. And it's not just a payroll thing. That's part of it, but it's a fuel thing, and it's a I have to have chemicals. I have to buy sprayers. Things break. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. My insurance, just vehicle insurance, no accidents. Thankfully, but insurance has gone up. There's so many things that have changed and gone up. And so my margins have shrunk. I was talking about my business partner yesterday. We're like, good Lord, like our production's good. We're staying busy. The margins are just different.
So when is that? I wonder when that shifts. Like when is it? Because it's got to.
It
has to.
And you can't. So here's what all the business books will teach you. We just got to go up on your price. Well, you can't. You're in a competitive business. You can't go up on your price. You can try it, but it may not work for you because there's always other people out there. And so it's just really, really hard. And so it would be tough, saying all that, it would be tough, wouldn't it, right now for, like, just take teachers, who we love. We support all of our teachers here. But it would be hard to do the raises with the inflation right now.
Yeah, and I will say this, like Dr. King has been super creative with the budget that he was given to get teacher raises and to get longevity bonuses to keep teachers in the district. And so that, like, his work doing that has been really, really good. And I think that's been very encouraging for teachers in our district, but at the same time, so for me, I'm getting close to 20 years teaching. I've got a master's degree. Like, I'm almost capped out. Like, I'm at my ceiling. Like, I will not make, and I'm 43 years old. Yeah. I'm not going to make any more money.
Right.
Unless there is, and that's like, to think about that. Like, my girlfriend's a creative director for a company in the private sector, and it's, they're obviously trying to, like she's getting bumps all the time in her salary.
Right.
And she makes really good money, but and I understand that it's a whole different.
It's a different animal. That's right.
It's a completely different animal. But I look at that and I'm like.
But again, this money's, it still comes from taxpayers. So then we do we want to pay more in taxes?
Right. But we also, what does League brag about all the time? Like, how much money do we have in the reserve?
We have tons.
It's like billions.
Yeah, we have tons.
Right.
We have so much money with the lottery money. And we had to do something else because we couldn't keep giving away, free 2-year education.
Right.
Because it's a huge surplus.
So I think there is money there. It just depends on whether or not they want to spend it on certain things.
How they could do it. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, good to hear you two on this morning. I also love the topic because I'm personally witnessing how party affiliation and loyalty had taken over people voting their best interest. An example of that is a career educator that supports our current governor and his administration because he and his administration are clearly dismantling public education in Tennessee. Well, tell me about that. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, for sure. I don't.
I thought Bill Lee was good for education.
Depends on who you are.
Okay. Well, tell me, is this the charter school thing?
I think it started with. Well, it started with CRT. I think it started with vouchers.
And CRT,
critical race,
is why we have now
theory.
Yeah, it's critical race theory. Which, gosh, we got to talk about that sometime too.
How long you got?
Oh, I got till 1:00, baby girl. That's how long you got. CRT is why we have partisan school board elections.
Sure.
Let's be honest. That is the reason that we have partisan school board elections now.
So let's start there because I believe that also leads into the book. Man, like all of this started with CRT, which came out of nowhere as far as in the mainstream conversation. It literally just like appeared one day and almost like the drag show, right? Like there have been drag shows forever and all of a sudden it becomes an issue. And
well, now this one was at a park. In Jackson, Tennessee. Now, if we're talking nationally, I understand they've been in parks before, but I'm talking about Jackson, Tennessee. This was the first time. So I think we got to be fair here.
That's true, but I don't mean just here. I think like
when it became on Fox News and stuff like that, like when it became a national attention.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I think that had probably happened before it came here, right? Like where there was this concern over some of these drag shows.
It had to be because we've been really influential in changing legislation here in Jackson, but I don't think Fox News pays attention to us, or didn't before.
Maybe now.
You're right.
But CRT was like that, where it was this idea that was out there that the people who were freaking out about it didn't really understand. Then there was the narrative.
Well, it's because it was to shame white people. I remember hearing the stuff. Here's what I heard. Tell me where I'm right. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Yeah.
It was to if you happen to be a Caucasian, you would have white guilt, right? And they would say, well, they're very oppressive. Your ancestors were bad people. White guilt. We heard that. We also heard that with critical race theory, they were going to be talking about very overtly sexualized things in the classroom, right? You were going to have all kinds of crazy material in the school libraries.
Well, that I think that was an offshoot of the critical. That wasn't.
That wasn't the part of it. Okay.
No, but that came after.
Gotcha.
That.
Okay.
Like that was it started this chain reaction of these boogeymen that were out there in education, and people latched onto those who had never been in a public. So let me just say this: there is not one standard in the Tennessee state standards that talks about critical race theory at all. It's never been directly taught in a classroom ever in Tennessee, to my knowledge. It's never been tested. It was, first of all, it's a theory. It came out of some colleges in the 70s. And I think there are parts of the theory that are true. Okay. So
like which parts?
So the parts that, the main part that is, if you teach history correctly and you are a critical thinker, it's hard to argue with, which is this. If you have a people group who had been enslaved for hundreds of years, who only 60 years ago got equal rights, so you're talking maybe just a generation ago.
Okay.
Equal rights. That there's probably going to be an imbalance of opportunity and success. Meaning, society hasn't had enough time to course correct from centuries of oppression. Like it doesn't just flip like that.
Right.
That is the backbone of critical race theory, that a lot of our capitalistic society was built based on the way these sugar plantations ran in Louisiana and in the Caribbean. You get, in that case, free labor to do the work.
Right.
And the owners make profit.
And you do see that with China. Just kind of taking this because we were having this discussion yesterday with Bob Ney. The reason China doesn't make things better than we do, they pay on average 28 cents an hour to their workers. It's slave labor. It's the same thing. They just don't have to feed their workers. You would have to, when we had slaves, you had to feed slaves. Otherwise, you wouldn't have them, right? So it was probably just about the same cost. That's what's going on in China. That's why their economy's been able to grow over the past 25 years, just unbelievable economy over the past 25, 30 years because of that and giving them fair trade. So the labor thing, you're 100% right on. There's been generational wealth made.
Right.
We can agree with that, but I knew that. Like you said, state standards.
Yeah.
Because the critical race theory wasn't in a state standard, but we've learned about that. I remember in Crockett County, we learned about that when I was in high school. I remember learning about that, those ideas.
Well, that's the thing. And so I think that is what, and when I wrote this, I wrote an article with the whole primary thing going on, and I said tongue in cheek, I taught critical race theory, and the point is that if you teach anything in history or literature that discusses the inequalities or inequities of a certain race of people compared against another race of people, then you are by and large teaching a component of what that theory says. Never did anyone that I taught with or that I know use the words critical race theory, but we all discussed when we read a Langston Hughes poem about him growing up in Harlem and we all discussed why that was. We gave it context because, like his mom didn't have the same opportunities to work at certain jobs as maybe people who lived in Manhattan because those rights just became afforded to them. So it's all stuff that we've always learned, but somehow it got twisted into this idea that we were making white kids feel guilty. And I don't know where that
was
came,
the big hook.
But I don't know where that came from. And I think that's the problem. That's a national narrative that just got tangled up into this local idea, and all of a sudden we got a state law saying we can't teach. Like, okay, well, we've never taught it, so cool. And how much teeth does that have? Like, I know there was one case of a teacher in East Tennessee who may have gotten in trouble for it, and maybe that district lost some money, but by and large, all that law is a bunch of show, because nothing's come from it other than some political clout from Republicans.
This is from momsforamerica.us. This is this website, momsforamerica.us. It's an article by Kimberly Fletcher. She says, critical race theory isn't new. It has been craftily injected into our societal thought behind closed doors for decades. It has held many labels, from diversity training and black studies to reconstructing curriculum. But the objective has always been the same. And though many people have penned the curriculum, there is only one author. Most reasoned people recognize it for what it is. What we don't understand is the why of it all. Why would someone purposefully try to make freedom bad, truth a lie, and the American dream wrong? Why would anyone want to convince people that they are either oppressed or an oppressor because of their gender or color? That's what a lot of parents are wondering as they show up en masse at school board meetings to protest this pernicious, agenda-driven curriculum being thrust on our children.
Does it name the curriculum?
No.
Okay, right. So that's
okay. Well, it's sponsored by. Okay, the program titled Reconstructing Curriculum is a program sponsored by Minnesota Humanities, which receives funding from Susie Buffett, Warren Buffett's daughter. The instructor, who I will call Professor O, was a professor of Black Studies at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. His training consisted of instructing the room full of teachers how to teach their students to recognize they are either racist or the victims of racism. See, that sounds bad.
Yeah, but I don't. But that is one specific incident, and just because that person wrote curriculum doesn't necessarily mean the curriculum pointedly. Here's what I can say as a public school teacher in Tennessee for nearly 20 years. The way Tennessee clings on to test scores.
Mm-hmm.
And the pressure that those test scores put on districts and teachers and administrators, I can promise you, we could care less about indoctrinating a kid about whether they feel oppressed or not, because we are too worried about teaching their standards. Yeah, because they're going to be tested on them in April on a test that is, by the way, like completely ridiculous that we are even gauging the reading levels or whatever else by that one test. But we are so worried about that we just want them to understand the standards.
Right.
We don't care anything about teaching who was oppressed and who wasn't oppressed. We're just teaching the material.
So what else would be, because going back to this text here, it says people voting against their best interest. An example of that is how a career educator that supports our current, this person knows a career educator that supports our current governor and his administration because he and his administration are clearly dismantling public education in Tennessee. What other points would that be? What other things?
Yeah, we got off on a whole
No. The critical race theory I thought was important.
Yeah, because then what that does is that all of a sudden that reaches the arm of the government into saying, okay, this is what you can't, and you have teachers on, at least initially, were like walking on eggshells. Now, when that law was passed, I was working in a district office position in another county. I was in the classroom. I didn't really have to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know, at least from reading articles, that teachers were like, well, what do I say? And then when after CRT came the book banning. And for elementary school teachers, I know they had to catalog every book that was in their classrooms on their own and turn it into.
What kind of books were being banned? The ones that were talking about overtly sexual things, right?
Not necessarily. I think some of those. Well, first of all, I don't think there were any overtly sexual books in any elementary school classrooms, but but the teacher still had to catalog them.
Okay.
Right. So even if you don't have that, you got to mark
what you do have. Yeah.
I know in Haywood County, we had to make every book that we had in the high school library available, which was fine. What I'm saying is that just teachers are already overburdened with work that they don't get paid to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A lot of people think teaching is just you show up, you teach during the day, and then you're done. You grade a few papers, you're playing. That is not it at all.
Yeah.
And so you just overburden teachers more with all of this extra stuff that some legislators think is a good idea. Then you have a lot of pushback against the LGBTQ community. Books that show and we've talked about this on this show.
We have.
I forgot what the ducks or whatever it is,
right?
Which is all about. And that's a whole other conversation too. But what you end up having is you have government reaching in and again, of course, they pay our salaries, right? The state funds public education,
right?
But you also have situations where you have either the CRT issue, the book banning issue, and then it just the school board race is becoming partisan, and rather than worrying about students and their achievement and whether or not they're learning, we get hung up on these issues that I don't want to say don't really matter, but they're not doing anything good for kids as far as learning goes.
All right. Now let's get to charter schools, because I'm curious your opinion about this. We interviewed on the show. Joey Hale came in here to talk about his position. We'd spoken to Melissa Spurgeon. She had called in one day and given her opinion about charter schools and her thoughts. And then Joey Hale came in here. And while he was in here, he got Phil Schwink, the guy from American Classical Education, called in. Seems like a good thing. Just someone who doesn't know a lot about it. And this is one of the reasons I was so interested in it in the beginning, because I thought a charter school was like partly privately funded. Like maybe it costs like half of what if private schools here in town cost $10,000 a year, I thought maybe this was like $5,000, like half state funded, half, to make it, more affordable to some people. But no, it's publicly funded. And it seems like it would be a way to bring some kids back to Madison County. Maybe some kids who are being homeschooled now, maybe some kids who are in a private school that would want to come here, or it would stop people from moving from Madison County to places like Gibson County, Crockett County, so on.
Yeah, publicly funded, privately run. So I think that's something that needs to be talked about too. So
Okay.
so it's public taxpayer money, but that school is autonomous in managing itself.
And what is the per student cost? Is it around $9,600 a year? I've heard that number thrown out before.
That I don't know.
Okay, I can find that. I can look that up.
So here's I am not anti-charter in every situation.
Okay.
I think if you get a charter school in a metropolitan city, Nashville, Memphis, and you put it in, it doesn't matter what part of town it's in. Maybe you focus on arts. Maybe you focus on STEM, right? Maybe
this was going to be a classical education system. Here's what this one said.
Yeah, it is. It's the Hillsdale stuff. And that's a whole other conversation.
Right.
Too. But that being said, I think in Jackson, it's redundant. And here's why I'm saying that. The schools, and I'm not just saying this because I'm employed by the school system. I've said this when I was working in Haywood County about a charter school coming to Jackson. Right now, JMCSS has more options than they've ever had. So I don't know what this classical academy, what parents are wanting. So that's my question. Why do you want a charter school? What do you want? Because chances are it's available to you right now. So why don't you take advantage of that right now? Because what a charter school would do, one, it is paid for by taxpayer funds, but it's privately run. It's going to stretch resources, and Jackson's already stretched. I think we've had this conversation on this show. Maybe Dan and I did.
And so let's address this, because I brought these questions up when I had Joey in here, because I'd like to, let's have the conversation. And I said, well, like an example was given to me. You got 50 kids on the bus. Now you got 30 kids on the bus. It doesn't matter. You still got to go to all the stops. Now instead of picking up 4 kids or 5 kids, you're picking up 1 kid. Still costs the same. You still got to pay the bus driver, the gas, all that good stuff. And his response was, hypothetically, or maybe it was Phil Schwanks, I can't remember. He said, hypothetically, what if they could work in tandem together? So everybody rides the same bus, and then the charter school would pay the school system for that service. Same thing with like lunches and stuff like that.
Well, they say a lot of things. And I do know that this group of schools also states that they have a certain demographic goal. I know
he didn't talk about that.
Yeah. So
what's that?
Well, here's what they've said, I believe, for JMCSS, that they want, I believe and I wrote an article addressing this on News Talk 96.5 a few weeks ago. They want, I believe it's 70% minority students.
I missed this article. I would have read that for sure.
Yeah, which is great.
70% minority.
But here's the issue. Every other school they've started everywhere that's associated with, I forgot it's Hillsdale, but this is under another umbrella. I forgot the name of.
This one's American ACE, right?
Okay.
American Classical Education.
So every one of their other schools has a predominantly white, and when I say predominantly, 70 to 80% Caucasian enrollment. So and that's a different conversation that we can have. So back to what I was saying. I think I'm not against charter schools. I'm against a charter school in Jackson because there are options available in JMCSS right now that would meet the needs. Other than we don't have a Christian public school, right? Because we can't, but we also have Trinity and JCS and Augustine and
all those private
St.
schools.
Mary's.
Well, but people may say this. I mean, as someone who's had children in private school, I mean, it costs a lot of money, and I still pay my taxes that go to public education.
Right. That's a good argument. It is.
And so what about vouchers?
Yeah. So
the idea of I mean, or I guess we're still on the charter school thing, but I want to get into vouchers too.
Well, charter schools were born out of vouchers because the vouchers didn't go anywhere. Like they just.
And I always wondered why. Because in business, competition creates. It's better for the consumer. Competition's better for the consumer. You get better prices, you get better quality, you get better service. All of those things are born from competition, right? So if there were hypothetically a voucher system, would it not make the schools run better? Because then all of a sudden you can move around.
You can't. I mean, those are Apple. Like you can't compare. So the things that the strings that the public school system are bound by, just because of laws and everything like that private schools aren't. Like you can't make those comparisons. So just because you offer some vouchers and say, hey, here's a voucher, you can take your kid out of public schools, if they're not living up to what you want and put them in a private school, that's not going to make the public school any quote unquote better. Like they're just playing they're playing a different game than the private schools are playing. Neither game is better. It's just completely different. The reason vouchers didn't go anywhere, because that is literally taking public money. You are literally putting it in a private school, and that private school is not held to the site. The private schools don't take the end of the year state test. They don't have a set curriculum. They can do whatever they want to do. My big pushback against vouchers is this as well. Like the argument is they're going to allow a student who can't afford private school to go and have a better education.
Right.
Whatever the word better means.
Right.
Have a better education. Okay. Private schools, they just don't let anybody in there. Just because you have money doesn't mean you get in. When I worked at USJ, there was an interview process for students to come in. There was a test they had to take. So what's going to happen is, let's say USJ, for example, they want to get a kid and use voucher money, which they're not even on the list. I don't even think they're accepting that. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, but I know there was a list of schools that were going to accept.
You don't remember seeing them on there?
I don't remember seeing them.
Okay.
That being said, if they do get a student from the public school system and they accept them, chances are it's going to be a top student in the school district anyway. So how is the school district failing that student if they are getting the education they already need and they're good enough to get into that private school intellectually and in an interview basis or whatever? How is the public education system failing that student?
Well, I don't know that it would mean that they're failing necessarily, but is that student being challenged? You're a teacher, so I would come back with this. You can't teach to the smartest kid in your room.
Right.
You can't do that. You can't, and so because you got to kind of keep everybody up together, would that student be better challenged in like an AP class at a private school?
We have AP classes in Jackson. That's the thing. Everything that the voucher crowd and the charter school crowd wants, like we've got. So you want an academic high school? You put your kid in Madison. You put him in the lottery. You want
which Madison does amazing.
Yeah, my daughter goes there. It's great.
Yeah,
like she's a 10th grader. She's taken the pre-ACT a few times. Her scores are going up every single time.
Even when they do like these academic decathlons and things like that, Madison's the cat's pajamas. I mean, it really is.
You've got the Montessori school. You've got which is hands-on active learning K-8. You've got JASA, which is dealing. It's just getting started, but it is all online. But they do things like robotics. They are doing things like online gaming, coding, all these things. But they're also the regular, curriculum.
Right.
You have early college high, where you have kids graduating with their associate's degree and bachelor's degree at the same time. So everything that you want, and I can go on and on,
right,
is available. Now, my question is, do you just not want to go to school with some of those kids? Because charter schools have always been an off-ramp for white families. They've been an off-ramp for white flight. And I'm not saying that's what this is going to be.
Right.
But if you look at the demographic makeup of those schools that have been established by this certain group, that's what that is. They've got one in Atlanta called the Atlanta Classical Academy, but they put it in Buckhead. You ever been to Buckhead?
Yeah, Buckhead's nice. I've stayed there.
Buckhead is nice. It's predominantly white. But the title of the school is Atlanta Classical Academy. So in your head, you think, oh man, this is downtown in Atlanta. It's not. It's in Buckhead. So where they put the school also here, which they haven't said where they're going to put the school, that's going to make a difference as well, because they're not going to provide busing more than likely.
Would it not? I know that it's going to be a rigorous challenge, educationally wise. But you're saying we already have that here now. You could have that rigorous challenge from Madison Academic. I always forget about some of the other schools just because you keep up with sports. All the high schools and stuff. They already offer that. Southside, Northside, do they have AP classes in those schools?
I don't. I know. I teach at JCM. Mm-hmm. We have AP classes.
Okay.
So I assume
you would imagine probably
yes.
they have it there as well. Okay, it seems to make sense.
And I'm not at JCM Early College. I'm at JCM High School. We have AP opportunities for students. Yes.
This comes in our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398 says, speaking of charter schools locally and the probability that we will have one that the governor supports that uses a curriculum named the 1776 curriculum, which teaches pre-European exploration through Reconstruction for K through 12. Now, through the lens of CRT and what we know about the aforementioned history, how much of that will teach about African American prosperity? Shouldn't that make that group of kids sad? Did you follow that? Because I got lost in some of that. All right, so there's a curriculum named the 1776 curriculum. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, it's basically the conservative response to the 1619 curriculum that took a lot of heat in the CRT argument. The New York Times had the 1619 curriculum, and it basically did talk about oppression and how our modern capitalistic society was built off of the structure of slavery, and how that has continued to just manifest itself into where we are today. And so that's the 1776 is a pushback against that. So it's basically the other side of the coin. So if you have the 1619 curriculum, which is too left or whatever you want to call it, this is the right's answer to that. This is the other side of it.
Okay. And it's tough. Here's where I get, and I understand that those things exist. There's some really great documentaries and stuff talking about that. I totally get that. I'm 42, right? You're 42, 43, whatever you are. Our entire life that we've lived, because we're parents now, both of us are parents now. My entire life, my children have lived. We haven't had, African Americans have been able to vote. African Americans have been, able to employ. There's, when I owned a construction company, there were government jobs that we could bid on, but we wouldn't get because we weren't minority owned. I mean, there are some checks and balances in place. How important is that continuing? Thought process of, okay, well, we need to address this, because I feel like every school system has addressed it. I mean, every school system I've ever heard of has talked about slavery and then injustices from it, and talked about African Americans not being able to vote, and separate water fountains in the 60s, and Martin Luther King, and all these. I mean,
but I think at least the way I was taught it is in a vacuum or in a tunnel of that particular time period. It was never necessarily explored to what does that mean when I was in high school in 1996. What does that mean in 1996 if we're only roughly 35 years removed from that? And what is equality and what is equity, and how are those two things linked? those two things aren't the same thing, but we never, because having equal rights doesn't necessarily even the playing field. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has the same opportunities. I think we can go back to the early voting conversation that we had here a month and a half ago.
Right.
So I think those are the things that need to be explored. And I think there are things in place. It's just going to take time. And I think if you don't recognize those deficiencies or whatever has, just because things are quote unquote equal now, doesn't mean the playing field is level. I don't think the playing field is level yet. And I don't know how long it will take to get level, but if you don't ever talk about it, it's never going to level out. Ever. If it's not in the forefront of people's minds and people are thinking about it, it's never going to level out. You're still going to have a cycle of, and I don't necessarily mean that everybody's going to be successful, because they're not.
Right.
But again, if you have a people that have been oppressed for centuries and just now in the last generation are getting equal rights, common sense tells you that things aren't leveled yet.
I look at it differently, and this may be because I've been white most of my life, right? And so maybe I'm not seeing it the right way, but I think that the real separation would be much more, especially in today's world and with the way things are going, with the middle class shrinking. I think it's more of a socioeconomic disadvantage, but for everybody. For white people, black people, Hispanic people, everybody. I think that now, would it be easier if you're a white man to pull yourself up by your bootstraps? I can't speak to that. I mean, I did. I tried. I did what I could. I didn't grow up, with a wealthy family or anything like that. But to me, that's where the social injustice is right now. We have, our 100 richest people in the United States have more wealth than almost everyone else combined.
Right.
I mean, and so there's the inequity, right? And so I think that we have so many things set up that get us there. But I mean, should we punish those people for being wealthy? Should we cap the money they make? I heard Bernie Sanders saying in an interview that he doesn't think anybody should make more than $10 million a year. You should have extreme taxes off that. Well, that's $10 million a year is a lot more money than I'm ever going to make. But I think that's a ridiculous statement when I hear him say something like that.
No, and I will say that I do think it's a socioeconomic issue, definitely. I don't want to dismiss that. But I also think that socioeconomic levels in the South especially, you're also going to see a correlation with race. And
right.
You are going to have probably, and you can I think Madison County could even bear that out. You are probably going to have more minorities that fall at or below the poverty level than majorities. And so I think that, and I do think that is also tied into what we've been talking about for like the last 30 minutes, is that things haven't had time to course correct.
But how could they?
Exactly.
And I've never, but I mean, I'm talking about, but how could they ever? So, and so I'm not expecting you to have the answer. No. All right. So we talk about it, and I just want to play this out in my head here, just kind of having the conversation. We're coming to these text messages, 731-800-8398. We talk about it. Okay. I don't think anyone in my family ever owned slaves. We don't have a lot of success in my family, right? I can't imagine if they did, it would have been, a family I have no idea about. I grew up relatively poor. My mom was married a whole bunch of times. Like, I had a lot of socioeconomic disadvantages. I have never not hired someone because of their race. I have never not hired someone because of their gender. Does it create more of a division, like in a classroom setting, talking about that? Black people have been oppressed. I mean, here's your white people, here's your black people. They've been, historically, you have been oppressed by this group of people. Does that not create more division, or is that necessary?
I don't even know if it's ever been presented like that in a classroom where, like this, like these people have oppressed you. Like, I don't think that's ever been, and I could be wrong. It's never happened in my classroom. Like, I've never personalized
I have oppressed you.
I've never personalized that. However, what I have done with this is what I've done once, and I don't mean more than once, not recently. I put up our county commissioners on the who are essentially, Madison County commissioners are the they're the most powerful. Would you know, lawmakers in Madison County?
Correct.
Right? Like they
Yeah.
are. They hold the purse strings. They do. So I kind of put their names up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I simply we did a little study here.
Mm-hmm.
Do the demographics of the county commission reflect the demographics of Madison County? Gender, race. I mean, they don't. They don't.
Okay.
Right? They don't. They're overwhelmingly white men.
How many commissioners do we have? Like 150? I mean, it seems like so many.
225. But we did this to say, okay, do you feel like you're represented? And that, I think, is where the crux of this kind of sort of comes into play. You have lawmakers on the local level, state level, the national level started to even out a little bit, who don't represent. And what I mean by represent, they don't have the same life experiences as the citizens or don't have the same cultural upbringing than a lot of the citizens do. And I don't know that you can make it completely even.
You couldn't.
But what I am saying is, as this continues to course correct, I do think you're going to see more opportunities and more diversity over time. Not, because think about it. Just 60 years ago, minorities couldn't even vote.
That is nuts to think about. You said that earlier. I was like, no, that was hundreds of years ago, right? And you're like, no, 60. I was
It's
like,
a generation. Like we have people living in Jackson right now who did the Woolworths sit-in and got arrested for just sitting in a Woolworths because they were black. Like people living now,
I know.
and so that's something to think about. And so much they couldn't vote, much less hold public office. So you've still got the predominant white male making rules for everybody, and it's just going to take a while for that to course correct.
But okay, but let me say this. Mm-hmm. Right now there's 9 city council seats up for election, right? Nine city council members. There's only 2 that have any opposition. The other 7 don't have any opposition. We have 2. I mean, it's some you talk about people not being represented equitably, right? Mm-hmm. From like a commissioner standpoint. Do we know that these people are even running?
No, but again, we talked about how much it costs to run a campaign. I mean, like that's the thing. Like who has the time? It is a privilege to be able to run for an office. Mm-hmm. You've got to have time. You've got to have money. You've got to have somebody to watch your kids. Like it is just like it's a privilege to serve on that. County commission meets at 9:00 in the morning. Even if I wanted to, as a school teacher, I couldn't run for county commission because I can't be at the meetings.
Right.
Like that's like, there's something wrong with that. Like,
when would you have them meet then?
At night. 6:00.
Well, you would run into the same problems, right? You got kids, you got other stuff.
Yeah, once a month. I mean, it's not like I feel like you can find somebody to watch your kids more than you can missing a day of work once a month.
Well, that's true. I'd have to fire you. This comes in 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It's our advanced rehab text line. It says, in my opinion, it's a false equivalent comparing Republicans and Democrats on state and national legislation. You will have difficult time matching the terrible laws that Republicans pass. 1, Citizens United. That one was a tough one. 2, tax cuts for corporations and the super wealthy. Voodoo economics, the Kansas experiment. 3, the Dobbs decision moved abortion laws to states and just took it. The Dobbs decision moved abortion laws to the states and just look at the legislation they are enacting. 3, the only states that have not expanded Medicaid are run by Republicans. 4, they have been trying for years to ruin public education. A lot of public schools look as segregated as the 50s. 4, they are for tough crime for the middle class and poor, but are against financial regulations. Capitalism for the poor, socialism for the rich. What do you think? I don't know that I agree with all that. I mean, some of it is tough. As a small business person, it's tough. You see these huge tax cuts for these large corporations, but then I think about, look at how many people they employ too. I mean, there's a tax base there. So I mean, I can see some of it. The abortion thing. Here's the country I'd love to live in. I think most things should be handled at the state level. I think that's a much freer way to live. You and I, you may like who's in office and I may not, or vice versa, depending on who's in office, but I'm not leaving America. Whoopi Goldberg was never leaving America when she said, if Trump wins, I'm leaving. Rosie O'Donnell, they were never doing that. Number one, where are you going to go? And these are people with means. We don't have the means to leave America, right? We're not going anywhere. But what I could do, if I lived in California, and I saw all this stuff that was happening and the cost and the tax. I was like, I got to get out of here. I could roll to Arizona. If I live in Tennessee and I have a problem with this legislation, I can move up to Kentucky. That's a relatively easy thing to do compared to leaving the country. That's why I'm such a big states' rights guy.
Yeah, and I guess I'll push back on that a little bit. And we are seeing an influx of people from California to Tennessee.
Yeah.
When I used to go to Texas a lot and was looking at buying a house, I couldn't because people from California are moving into Texas and driving home prices way up because they were just paying cash for that.
Right. Yeah, do the same thing here.
It's a little bit harder to move out of Tennessee. So let's say you want to move out of Tennessee because you don't like the abortion law and you want to go to a place that maybe supports that. It's a little bit harder to and housing prices are coming up here now. That's the biggest reason I never moved to Texas. I couldn't, even if I sold my house and made money on it, I would have to downsize, buy a house half the size, maybe a 2-bedroom and still pay a higher mortgage on it. Just the property values are so different in some of those states. So it's not as easy, but it's much easier.
It's much easier to leave in the country.
Leaving the country.
Yeah, we're never leaving the country.
And I think I like what that text said, most of it. I completely get your point about the taxes for big businesses because they do have. And
it sucks. I mean, I pay tax. I pay personal taxes. We pay tons in business taxes. I feel like we get hosed. I just wrote a check. Two of them is like $2,400. One to the city, not a piece, but like in totality, one for the city, one for the county of the city of Jackson and Madison County on personal property that we have at our office. It's an excise and use tax. It's complete trash. The desk that my office manager sits at, it's a very nice desk. It's 15 years old. I pay taxes on it every single year. It's a complete scam for small businesses. Like this is why I say a lot of times we pay plenty in taxes. We have to have officials do better with it, right? We have to have better management of it. We pay plenty in taxes. Figure out how to do a better job. There should never be talk. I got yelled at the other day when I was like, would there be anything that you would increase taxes for? Would you consider increasing taxes? And somebody else from the back, easy. But no, the answer to me should be no. I know how we have to run a business right now with smaller margins than we've ever had in 20 years just because of the cost of everything. I know how we have to try and make everything as seamless as possible. Governments don't do that.
No.
They don't do that at all. And that's a problem. But that goes back to you need to know who you're voting for. It can't be just an R or a D because there's such vast differences between R's and D's, right? I mean, Kevin McCarthy's a Republican. If he rolls up to Jackson, Tennessee today and he meets Chris Todd, for example, if Chris Todd was here, they're probably very different Republicans. They're both Republicans,
sure,
but ideologically, there's probably a big difference between the two. And same way with Democrats, right? Same way with Democrats. There's huge chasms between it. So that's why you got to know who you're voting for. Or if you don't, you have to do the responsible thing and not vote. Right. I know no one likes talking about that, but I'm so stuck on that right now.
Yeah, it is. It is like people say, well, voting is a privilege. Like voting is a responsibility.
Right.
And it is, yes, it is a privilege, but you should be responsible enough to at least try your best to educate yourself on who you were voting for. And here's the thing, even I've gotten caught up in it too. Like when I went to Ray Condre's announcement or whatever, and I saw Chris Todd there and I saw all this other stuff, and I thought like immediately I was like, oh shit, I'm done. Like I'm done with that.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, okay, I didn't give him, my job as a citizen is to at least give him a fair chance to explain what his plans are.
Exactly.
Now, I may not like the presentation. Right. I may not like the big old cross pin and all that other stuff, but my job as a citizen is to at least listen to what his plans are.
Has to be.
If he has plans.
Right.
So
has to be all of them.
Right.
Daryl Hubbard, Lisa Line, we have to hear what everybody says.
Mm-hmm.
And it can't be, I'll say this thing about the drag show. In my opinion, I did not like it being in a public park. I didn't like I didn't like the optics of it. It didn't upset me enough to complain about it. I didn't even talk about it on talk radio until we started just getting blown up with phone calls and text messages about it. And once that happened, I've retold the story a million times when I reached out to members on the Pride Board and interviewed them. But regardless, me personally, I didn't like it. I have no idea if Mayor Conger did or did not like it. I even asked him, and he goes, I asked him on air when he came in to talk about it. I said, do you support that? He goes, it doesn't matter if I do or I don't. This is the law. We have to go by this law right here. Otherwise, our town gets sued, right? We get sued. We are, we're now tied up in court with, big companies like, or big, what is ACLU? Is that an organization?
Yeah.
I guess. But, regardless. But that's no longer going to happen. Like, we're going to talk about the drag show. Now, we're not going to talk about it at the debate. We're not going to bring it up. If a candidate does, then that's on them during their.
And I feel like that's a non-issue now.
It's
because
done.
It's done.
It's
because,
done.
like, the law has been passed. The bill, he signed it.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not going
quicker than any other piece of legislation that's been put before him. So it's done. But you know what? I thought about this, and I don't want to rehash the drag show, and I got to get out of here soon in a minute. But it's funny because the drag show was going to be at night. It was going to be in Conger Park. And I would just love to know, of all the people that complained, how many times they take their kids to Highland Park, Conger Park, whatever it is, Highland Park when I was growing up.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
How many times they take their kids to Conger Park on a Saturday night after 7 o'clock? I know, zero.
Ever. Yeah, they never. How many times did they even go to Conger Park, honestly?
Stop with this protect the children BS, because you never went there to begin with.
Well, and there's truth to that, but still, from an optic standpoint, it would be the same thing. Like, I'm a much bigger fan, probably, I'm guessing, of wet t-shirt contests than I am drag shows. Just personally, my kind of jam, right? So, but I wouldn't want one of those there either. And I don't care if it's at 8 o'clock at night. I'm like, come on, guys, this is it's a city park. Let's put it somewhere else. Let's put it in an indoor venue, right? So even stuff that I don't have this huge problem with, from a sexual preference standpoint, still, I think the optics would be bad.
Yeah, the optics would be bad, and I wouldn't care. Like, my thing is,
I wouldn't care enough to like pass a law.
Like, I don't care. Like, I'm just not going to go. Like, I'm not going to go to a wet t-shirt contest at Conger Park because it sounds trashy. Like, for me,
right?
That's me,
right?
And so I just don't care,
right?
And that's what really, I guess, bothered me. Like, why are we just wasting time on this? And I guess it wasn't a waste because it turned into this huge thing.
No,
it's a law.
It is. Yeah, it was definitely not a waste. There's no way you can say that. Now, the necessity of it is what I'm curious about, because I can't wait till we start doing other things to protect children, like starting pulling food items off the shelves at grocery stores because of nutrition. We know how important that is. Cameras in your home to make sure your kid's getting at least 8 hours of sleep. That's very important.
That's right.
There's all kinds of things. So I'm curious where this goes next, because if we're going to protect them, we might as well protect them. We got to protect them all the way.
What about sneaking into R-rated movies? I mean, that's,
yeah.
I asked Chris Todd about that when he was on this, well, not this show, but on Dan's show in October. And I don't know. It's funny, the things. It's not funny. I think it's very intentional, the things that are picked and chosen to make a big deal out of CRT, drag shows. I mean, it's political theater, and it completely galvanizes the most extreme side of a base, and it gets people reelected.
This comes in advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. This says, if critical race theory is about white students feeling sad based on what's taught, wouldn't a curriculum that spans a time that African Americans weren't even considered to be a full person be saddening for them? So my point is, we are willing to sadden one group and not the other based on the same history, but cherry picking is what's taught and how it's taught.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do. Like, yeah, because it's like we're so worried about. I don't know. There was a book called White Fragility, came out several years ago.
White Fragility. That's funny.
But it is. It's like that. Like,
they should have just named the book Karen.
But like, why do we get so upset? I mean, I don't know. Like, why is that so upsetting? Like, that's just the way things happened, and that's just like. And I don't want to get off on this the whole day, but light-skinned people for the last hundreds and hundreds of years have pretty much done what they wanted. They've gone to different places and they've just set up camp, and they're like, you know what, this is ours now. We'll take this.
Right.
Because they could. I mean, like, why is that such a hard, like, I don't, as a white, like, I recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel personally guilty about it. I didn't do anything about it.
Right.
But at least I can recognize it and I can admit it. Like, okay, yeah, that happened. Let's fix this.
Anglo-Saxons have gotten grunk. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
And they still do it. Because look, I mean, like, we've got white legislatures using religion to get what they want. Like, that's just our playbook. Like all it is. It's our playbook. Like that's just what we've done. Like we the Crusades, and then we come over here and we want to convert the Native Americans, and we don't convert them. We just push them out. I mean, that's what we do.
That's the worst part of our. I mean, I say worst part. That's not fair. Slavery is off too. That is an additional egregious part of our history. Was what we've done to the Native Americans. My Lord.
Let's just recognize it and own it, and then
it's
move
awful.
forward.
This comes in and says, "I guess I'm trashy. I'd go to a wet T-shirt contest in Conger Park." Listen to me. I did not endorse this. I did not endorse it. I don't think we should have one. I said, matter of fact, I wouldn't like it if we did.
I said I wouldn't go because it does sound a little trashy.
It sounds trashy. I'm just saying, if we end up with a wet T-shirt, if we get back in the news for a wet T-shirt contest in Conger Park, if Jackson makes the news again and we got more state laws coming out about wet T-shirt contests and where they can and cannot be.
They used to have that pool there at Conger Park. You remember, what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. It had the high dive, didn't it?
No, that was Sun and Swim.
Okay,
Conger Park had this shallow, like it didn't get over 3 feet deep. And it had like a steel net that went across the, I know, it was, I got in one time. I was like, I'm not getting this thing again.
No, it's not a good decision. This comes in, it says, reason why we care is from the videos we watched with sick men acting like women, holding microphones between their legs while getting little kids to come sing. These folks are sick and need help. Agreed with that. Those videos that were on Fox News and being shared, those were bad. There's no way anybody could justify those actions.
Absolutely not. But that's also, but here's what that is. Whoever this is, Texter A, here's what that is. That's like saying that the Miss Tennessee pageant is the same thing as a wet T-shirt contest. You both have women out there in swimwear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like so again, for the uninitiated, all drag shows aren't the same.
Right.
Nobody's going to have a microphone between their legs at Conger Park. There are already laws on the books in Tennessee that prevent that.
Right.
Okay, so let's make sure we know what we're talking about.
We have to be careful with, and you bring up an interesting point. You have to be careful because there was a video, there was an arrest made in Hohenwald, Tennessee, or somewhere just about an hour from here over the weekend of a youth minister who molested two different people that were in his youth group. He had done the same thing in Illinois. This church just didn't vet him out. Okay, so he's in jail now. This is just a week or so ago. All right, but we can't say all youth ministers are molesters.
That's right.
We can't do that because it's not fair. There have been some ones that have acted horribly, and I'm talking to like Saudi Arabia punishment for them. I would not care at all. I have no use for those people. But it may be we have to allow ourselves. Haven't been to drag shows, but I've heard enough people talk about it and say, look, this is like people wearing muumuus and lip syncing to Cher. Like, it's not. There's no kid. I don't know this. All right, so this comes in and says, yes, Miss Tennessee pageant are adults, no kids. That's not true. What about?
That's not true. I took my daughter to Miss Tennessee every year.
Well, and there's a Miss Teen Tennessee too. We just had.
Sure.
Yeah. And now I don't know if they do the bathing suits and that. Yeah.
Block them.
No, I'm not gonna block them. I'm not block anybody. You're telling me to block them. No, I love this. This is good interaction because this is a thought process out here.
Inaccurate. I mean, but like that doesn't that doesn't make sense. Like Miss Tennessee is like there are children invited to that. Yes, they go to that.
Right. No, they see it. But I think they're talking about the microphone between their genitalia. They don't do that.
No,
but you're saying not all drag shows do that either.
Not all drag shows do that either. Just like Miss Tennessee pageant doesn't have a wet T-shirt contest, but they're in bikinis.
Right.
It's the same thing.
You're saying not all drag shows are the same.
Not all drag shows
would be your
same.
argument there.
Yes.
All right. I mean, I can live in that world because again, I know that there are bad things that happen in the Boy Scouts, right? But I don't want to disband the Boy Scouts. I want to get rid of all of those bad people who did bad things. Get rid of them. Because we can't say the person committed the crime, not the gun. We can't say that. It's an individual responsibility. They're the ones that get the crime. I had a gun sitting here. It's never just shot anybody on its own. We can't be the same party that says that and then also say, well, all drag shows are the same and they want to groom kids. That's not fair.
And let me just say this. If that was going to be the type of drag show that was going to be in Conger Park, I would be completely against that.
Right.
Like you don't need kids at anything
that's overtly sexualized. No, not at all.
Right. But the ignorance though of the people on that who are pushing against this is that they don't understand that, like you said, like all drag shows are not the same.
Right.
It's a performance.
I know, and I will say this: don't do it at the park. That makes so much sense to me to say it out loud. No bikini contest, no drag shows, no whatever. Let's not have any of it at a park. Let's just go ahead and just, no dancing, things like that. Don't do that at the park. Don't do it. I'd be good with that. High school dances, can't do it. Can't do it at the park. I'm fine with that. The park is for swinging. No, perverts. Okay. Calm down. For swinging, sliding, and old people playing pickleball. That's it. Y'all are the only ones welcome at the park. Swingers, old people playing pickleball. Sometimes it's the same thing. I've heard stories. And then people that use the slide.
Swinging, sliding, pickleball.
That's
what
it.
can go wrong?
That's
with those three
I'm just
things?
telling you.
Wow.
Y'all are the only ones that need to use the park.
By using those words, Chris Todd's introducing legislation next week.
I'm telling you.
He's going to ban it.
The park is for old people that play pickleball. You've driven by it, except for one park. We got one park that's, that's for other stuff.
I'm so sick of pickleball, by the way.
Right?
It's a fad.
Oh, my
Nobody's
God. Get out of here
care
with
about
it.
it. Somebody talked about building a pickleball court the other day. I'm like, God, just stop.
Yeah, this is not where I want my tax dollars to go.
No, it's going to be like hot yoga.
Yeah.
Like all these
goat
things
yoga, all
are
that.
fads, and they're going to go away. So chill out.
Nothing tells me that we're just fat and overweight. Like, tennis was way too much for us, so let's reduce the court and play with wiffle balls. We'll be right back after the top of the hour news.
FM 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Fewer Americans applied for jobless claims last week. The Labor Department reporting that applications for claims in the U.S. for the week ending March 11th fell by 20,000 to 192,000 from 212,000 the previous week. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen tells the Senate Finance Committee and the nation that the U.S. banking system remains sound. Speaking before the Senate Finance Committee, Yellen says the government has taken actions to stabilize and strengthen public confidence in the financial system.
Shareholders and debt holders are not being protected by the government. Importantly, no taxpayer money is being used or put at risk with this action.
Senate Finance Committee ranking member Mike Crampo says the bank's collapse was attributable in large part to inflation. Also at townhall.com, parts of New York and New England are digging out of a nor'easter.
Michael Garvey of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, says he and his snowblower have become a familiar sight.
This is the third time, probably within 24 hours, I've used my snowblower with all this snow.
The snowstorm that began Monday night and lasted through Tuesday dumped as much as 3 feet of snow in some areas. Peterborough, Massachusetts got 35 inches. There were tens of thousands of power outages in the region, and tracking site poweroutage.us says some 67,000 homes and businesses were still without electricity by Wednesday evening. I'm Donna Warder.
And California's 11th atmospheric river has flooded roadways, brought landslides, and toppled trees in the southern part of the state. On Wall Street, stocks remain higher, the Dow up 198 points, and the NASDAQ adding 221. More at townhall.com.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. Throughout my career, let's just say I've been in some hairy situations. And I believe right now the biggest threat facing Americans is they need to protect their wealth, which is exactly what I'm doing for my wife and 6 kids. And I believe the ultimate safe haven is physical gold and silver. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. The folks I use are Advantage Gold, and believe me, I've investigated the heck out of all types of people. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now, and you'll see how easy it is to protect yourself with precious metals. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
After 4 days of destructive wind and rain, local communities and relief workers now dealing with the aftermath of Cyclone Freddy, which has killed more than 250 people across Malawi and Mozambique. A court in Pakistan refusing permission for the main opposition leader Imran Khan to hold an anti-government rally in Lahore on Sunday, saying it should have been planned in advance.
The standoff continues in the courts and in the streets. While Imran Khan's lawyers try to argue against his arrest warrant, his party supporters are adamant that they will not let the leader of the PTI be arrested. Outside his home, Zaman Park, they waited with flags, sticks, and some with slingshots around their necks. Their numbers are smaller than yesterday, but supporters said others would join if the call went out. The number of cases against Mr. Khan has continued to grow, according to his team, now reaching well over 70.
BBC correspondent Caroline Davies. Breaking news at townhall.com. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and New York State are being sued.
A one-time aide to Cuomo who accused him of sexual harassment in a federal lawsuit has filed a separate lawsuit against the state. Charlotte Bennett filed a complaint in state court in Manhattan saying the state of New York is liable for Cuomo's sexual harassment and for the actions of his top aides who failed to take corrective action when she reported it. In both suits, she says she was sexually harassed and retaliated against. Cuomo has denied the allegations. Keith Peters reporting.
A freight train carrying hazardous materials derailed in western Arizona near the state's border with California and Nevada. A spokeswoman for the Mojave County Sheriff's Office says the train derailed Wednesday evening near the town of Topic. She wasn't aware of any spills or leaks. That derailment occurring in a rural area about 20 miles north of Lake Havasu City. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today: the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing
They
details.
say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Sorry about that. Had a call during the break. I hate dead air. I apologize for that. My fault, not yours. Welcome back in to Walker Talks here on 96.5 FM News Talk, West Tennessee, newstalk965.com. Download our apps. We appreciate Gabe Hart coming in, spending some time with us. You know, we don't always agree with Gabe when he's in there, but I always appreciate the conversation. He's an interesting cat. You can read a lot of his work here. 96.5. 96.5. Newstalk965.com. Goodness gracious. All right. This came in on our text line, and it's a good point. Our text number, Advanced Rehab text line number 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, yeah, Miss Tennessee pageant are adults, no kids. But there are kids that go, but it's different, right? The problem is with the behavior, right? The behavior of the videos we saw of these drag shows like in Texas and all these other places that were completely out of control was what they were doing, right? But they were doing stuff. There's no way you should do that in front of children. Now, I've heard people say, well, look, this legislation is for, already exist, right? This legislation is just an attack on drag queens because you have obscenity laws that would exist anyway. I think it's over. The law's passed. You're not going to have it in the park. My personal opinion, you should have never had it in the park. Never, well, not one time. You should have never had it in the park. I think it makes a lot more sense to just have them in private venues and go from there. Having private venues and go from there. Couple of articles that we found here on the JacksonPost.news. If you're not already subscribed to the Jackson Post, you need to be. JacksonPost.news. This is a cool thing. Madison County schools are going to start having middle school baseball, right? So it's starting this week. Academy Sports here in Jackson, Tennessee, helps middle schoolers out with baseball equipment. According to school board member Jason Compton, who's the director of the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, where all the games will be played, Northeast Middle had 70 boys try out for 29 spots on the team. Superintendent Marlon King and other board members were impressed and have already expressed the desire to adjust plans next year in case that many boys try out again in 2024. But along with enthusiasm also came the desire for some students to play that don't have access to quality equipment. That's why 20 Jackson-Madison County schools, middle schoolers, and a few high school players from various teams in the district and district leaders were at Academy Sports bright and early on Friday. Academy Sports Senior Regional Marketing Specialist Rick Burleson was in town on behalf of the corporation to help those middle schoolers pay for up to $150 in baseball equipment. We know that baseball equipment can be expensive, especially if you don't have any, Burleson said. So when the Sportsplex and the school system reached out to us asking if we could help, we were certainly glad to do it. Jason Bridgman, who is the district athletic director, was on hand to oversee the event and had a good time watching the high school players from Madison, Liberty, Northside, Southside, and JCM help the younger players look for the equipment they need. We're appreciative of everyone who has stepped up to help us have this, Bridgman said. This is a vision of Superintendent Marlon King, and he's good at getting partners in the community to help out, and this is a good example of that. Ryan Blake is the tournament director who helps with team marketing for Sportsplex. He was also at Academy on Friday. We host middle school softball in the fall, and we're glad to be a part of hosting middle school baseball, Blake said. None of the middle schools have baseball facilities right now, so if they're going to play, they got to play somewhere. We're glad to provide that, and I'm personally looking forward to hosting these guys for the next few weeks and seeing baseball talent in Jackson, Madison County schools begin to develop over the next few years. 5 middle school teams from the district will begin play on Monday through the end of April, and we'll have a season-ending tournament to crown the inaugural JMCSS Middle School Baseball Champion in early May. That's awesome for Academy. You know, that's my family. We're big baseball players in my family. Both my boys love it, have played. My 20-year-old played up until just recently, played in college. My 11-year-old loves playing baseball. It is very expensive. Baseball and golf would be the 2 sports that are the most expensive ones that I could think of just off the top of my head. Okay? I think that's what stops a lot of kids, or I think that's a big problem that baseball has had in lower income areas and with turnout. And, you know, just like you guys out there, you probably grew up watching baseball, probably grew up playing baseball. That's where you have the love of it. Well, MLB, that's a problem for them because if you've played it and you loved it and you had a good time doing it at whatever level, maybe it was Little League, Rec League, whatever. I'm not talking just travel ball. If you did that, then you probably follow the game now. Well, baseball's got a numbers problems as far as the watchers. Now, it does really good regionally, but like, you know, national games like Yankees, Red Sox, a lot of people don't watch that anymore. So this is good. Places like Academy, giving back $150. That's not a ton of equipment, but you got to start somewhere for 20 kids. That's pretty stinking awesome. So good on you, Academy. Very happy to have them do that. Our phone line number, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. I got woefully behind on commercials, unfortunately. But the conversation was flowing pretty good with Gabe, so I wanted to continue to do that. We do have to catch up on a few. We'll be back after this. You're listening to Walker Talks.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling."
And carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900. Or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadealer with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for a women's night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional showdown and secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steve.
Hear the drums echoing tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. The moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. Gotta take the life that drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had.
Welcome back in. Walker Talks 1222. The day is getting away from us. It's been a quick show. Sometimes I get to talking a lot and just time flies right by. Really good interview with Tom Scuteri this morning, talking about what is going on. Saudi Arabia. You know, one of the things we didn't get into with Tom is we talked a lot of China, a lot of Russia. I think that's going to be a theme over the next few Tuesdays and Thursdays with Tom. But one of the things we didn't want to get, that we didn't have time to get into today, it's the cost of war. I think a lot of us out there think, man, we may be heading for something with Russia and China, and it appears that, you know, a lot of countries, Iran, possibly Saudi Arabia, North Korea, they're all going to be against us, against NATO, is what it looks like. Hope not, but that's everybody's fear. But Tom had put this in his notes today. I thought it was pretty interesting. I think you will as well. This is the cost of war continued. Here's what it reads. The total cost of the war in Iraq and Syria are expected to exceed 500,000 human lives, 500,000 deaths, and $2.89 trillion, according to new estimates released today by the Cost of War Project. This budgetary figure includes cost to date, estimated at about $1.79 trillion, and the cost of veterans care through 2050. It goes on to say the human toll is between 550 to 580,000 people killed in Iraq and Syria since the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, 20 years ago. The current locations of the United States Operation Inherent Resolve. Several times as many people have died due to indirect causes. Listen to this. I'm coming right to these phone calls here. Several times as many people have died due to indirect causes. So this would be in the millions with preventable diseases. More than 7 million people from Iraq and Syria are currently refugees, and nearly 8 million people are internally displaced in 2 countries. The Bush administration was convinced and assured all the American people and the world that they would only have few casualties of all kinds, civilian and military, and would lead to quick victory. Netta C. Crawford, Oxford professor and Cost of War co-director and author of the analysis. As the Cost of War Project has documented consistently, these optimistic assumptions are confronted by a record of death, high and ongoing cost, and regional devastation. Almost $3 trillion. Phone line 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. It's our CWA development phone line. 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. This comes in. Says the middle class should get their taxes cut and tax the corporations and super wealthy. IRS commissioner under Trump said $800 billion goes uncollected every year. Trillions wasted by defense and healthcare every year. That's around $3 trillion a year. 64% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck and pay a larger share of their income in taxes than the wealthy. That ain't right. You can't have a democracy without the middle class. I agree. There's a ton of money that you and I and pretty much everybody that we know pay in taxes. I no longer let government officials say, I'm going to try to keep taxes low. No, tell me why. Why on earth would taxes go? We pay plenty in taxes. We can't have taxes going up at a state level. We can't have them going up at a local level, and we can't have them going up at a national level. There's plenty of money there. Do a better job managing your money. Do a better job. We cannot pay more in taxes. You pay about 60 cents of every dollar that you make in some form of tax. Some form of tax. 9.75% sales tax, pay gas tax, pay tax when you buy a car. Everything you buy, you pay tax on. If you own a business, you get to pay taxes over and over and every year on stuff that you've already bought, stuff you already own, stuff you didn't even sell. It's insane. It's insane. The taxes that are on gasoline, and our roads are still in these conditions. What are we doing with all of our money? What are we doing with all of our tax money? How smart are we being with it, really? I don't want to pay any more. At what point is it enough? We're at about 50 to 60% of every dollar that you make going to a tax. You're like, well, Chuck, that doesn't seem right. Pay 6.2 cents of every dollar. 6.2 cents of every dollar goes to Social Security. 1.45 cents of every dollar that you make. So you're already at almost 8% right there with those two things added together. Just a little about 7.5 cents of every dollar you make goes to Social Security and Medicare. So you're already at 7.5. Then you think about sales tax on items. Think about your property tax. You live in the city. You got city tax, county tax. Think about that. Think about everything that you buy. 9.75% tax on that. Everything that you do, you're at about 55 to 60%. There should never, ever be a voter that will listen to the word more taxes or I may have to increase. No, that should be impossible. It should be impossible to increase a tax. One text, and then we'll get to the phone line here, says, this is me at checkout line waiting, shuffling back and forth. I said to the person behind the register, hey, please take these slave notes or IOUs so that I can pay the ones who tell us we owe each other the debt. Nobody gets off the plantation that easy. I have no idea what the hell that meant. I hope this phone call is better than that text. We'll say good afternoon and welcome in.
Hey, Chuck, I think I know what the text is speaking about.
Good. What was the text speaking about?
What you were just talking about, how taxation is theft. And we're living in a really distorted world at the moment.
I'm not saying that taxation is theft, okay? I'm saying that we pay more than plenty in taxes, all right? More than plenty. More than enough.
Right. We have debt-based money that's obligatory, and it's not even a real economy, man.
It's a real economy. It is a real economy. No.
It's a real failing, crashing economy.
Well, yes. Now, that part you're right about. You and I can agree on some things. Yes, it is failing, and it is crashing, and we need to be concerned about BRICS. We need to be concerned that the dollar may not be the worldwide currency anymore. If China and Brazil, Russia, India, South America, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Iran, if they have their way, we're going to lose the petrodollar. That's how our money's back. Our money could be worthless, but money is not worthless. It is not worthless. We have to have it to function.
The people that issue the money give it the value. And we're all supposed to be issuing the value because we are the value. So
that's not the case. You cannot call JEA up and say, I am the value. Oh, my utility bill is $436 this month? No problem. I'm the value. Here's some fingernail clippings. That doesn't work that way. That's not the real world. That's not the real world. It's a silly conversation to have. Yes, people have value. That's a great thing. Of course they do. But you can't pay JEA with your toenail clippings. That's not going to work.
JEA is a fiction.
No, JEA is not a fiction. It's not. We have lights in this studio. This microphone comes on. Our internet works. You're calling me on a telephone. All of those things are provided by a utility company that is very, very real. It's not fiction. But we can't tell them, we can't call them up and say, what up, JA? This is Chuck from the studio here at News Talk 96.5.com, 96.5 FM. You know, you may have heard me. You may have downloaded our apps, News Talk West Tennessee. Here's a couple of toenails because I have value. Keep our lights on, please. That does not work. That does not work. We're not going to be able to live in that world. They're not going to agree that we have value. There has to be a currency. Now, I'm worried about our dollar failing if the world moves on without us and energy trades in the petrodollar, and we're not trading in that. That concerns me.
What's this guy saying our dollar? It's not our dollar.
It is our dollar,
the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve issues these debt-based monopoly notes.
No, it is our dollar. I don't like to brag, but I have 4 of them in my wallet right now. They are real. They are tangible. At this moment, they are mine. In about 25 minutes, they're going to be the Lord's chicken as I'm going to go to Chick-fil-A. But as of right now, I own these dollars. They are mine. They are real. They are real. This comes in. Advanced Rehab text line number 731-800-8398. It says, so I don't understand why you're against taxing the wealthy and corporations. They put those wars on a credit card and then cut taxes. No country in the history of the world has or would do this. Well, now I can't speak to that, but there's been a lot of countries that have failed. No, I mean, I'm not against taxing wealthy people. I'm against capping, is what I said, what wealthy people could make. I saw a clip this weekend of Bernie Sanders being interviewed somewhere, and he thinks the most money that a person should make, a CEO or an executive or whatever, is $10 million, and the rest should be taxed for the benefit of the community, of the country. Are you kidding me? I don't make $10 million a year. I do not. A lot of you out there listening may think that that's what I get paid here. That was the first number I started with in my negotiations, but that's not where we landed. We didn't land on $10 million a year, unfortunately. But I'm not mad at people that do. People that make 15, 20 million. That does not bother me. We can't cap successful people. We can't do that. That's ludicrous. Now, I think where you and I could find common ground is, what about a flat tax? What if we did away with the IRS and we had a flat tax? I don't know. Throw a number out there, 6%. All right, 6%. There's a 6% flat tax. Here's what that means. Everybody pays the same thing. If I go to Kroger and I buy a $4.99 Hungry Man frozen meal, and I have no idea if that's what they cost, but let's just say they cost $5, all right? If I buy that to throw in the microwave and heat up, and you're out there and you're one of these that makes, $100 million a year, and you go buy a new jet for $200 million or whatever a jet cost, I'm paying 6% of my $5. 30 cents is going on a flat tax. You're going to pay of that $200 million plane that you bought or whatever they cost. You're going to pay that $12 million and tax it to the government. Boom, done. We don't need an IRS anymore. Here's the other good news for us. People who have cash, who try, drug dealers, hookers, strippers, bartenders, all these people who deal in cash and may or may not report all their earnings, they still pay that too. Why wouldn't we want a flat tax? That's the easy thing to do. That's the only thing that really makes sense. It's one of the reasons I'm convinced it will never happen, because it makes so much sense. I don't know that we love things that make sense. I do. I want that. I want a flat tax. And then the rest of it just be done away with. Wealthy people will pay more then, right? Your Beamer is going to cost more than your Kia, all right? So wealthy person will be paying his fair share of tax when it's a flat tax. You get to decide your purchase price, right? Oh, I can't buy this $100,000 vehicle. I may have to buy this $20,000 vehicle. That's okay. The 6% is the 6%. That's the world I could live in. Flat tax world. Not this crap now where we're paying 55% of everything, every dollar we make, 55 cents of it going to some form of tax somewhere. You should never let a politician talk to you about taxes. The only thing they should talk about is cutting your taxes. There should never be a tax increase. We pay them plenty. There's smart people every day who are doing more with less, running businesses. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about people much smarter than me. They figure out the way. Don't tell me that taxes are going up at all. They're not. There's plenty of money there. Do better. Just like everybody else in the real world has to do. Don't tell me about 86,000 IRS agents. And I understand they were hired after a lot got let go with COVID. But regardless, 86,000 on-board IRS agents only going after the rich. No, they're coming after us. They're coming after what's left of the middle class. They're coming after your Venmo, your Cash App, any purchase over $600. They're going to get their money. They're going to hose you. Get rid of it. Figure out how to do this the responsible way. We pay enough. We pay all of these politicians too much. I'm not talking about their salaries. I'm talking about what we pay in taxes and they screw up and run haphazardly with. Why aren't our roads in better shape? Why are we talking about potentially putting in toll roads? Do better. Do better. Same thing in Jackson. Fix it. It's been enough time. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Costs have gone up. Okay. I get you. You may have to do more with less. Everyday business person out there, they do. Everyday worker out there, they do with their home budget. I'm tired of paying more. Hope you are too. This comes in. Says, you ask where all the money's going. 1, it's going to the top 5% of earners. 2, offshore accounts. It's hidden from us. Like I said, tax cuts on 85% of Americans and tax super wealthy and corporation. This income inequality can't continue. Democracy has to have a strong middle class. Yes, fair tax does that. You're not going to agree to that. You're not going to agree to the fair tax, a flat tax. Flat tax does it. Throw a number out there. 5%. Boom. There it is. On my Hungry Man dinner, my fried chicken Hungry Man dinner that I heat up for $5, that's 25 cents going to the federal government. Here's your quarter. Your Gulfstream jet that you buy for $200 million. Here's your $10 million in taxes on it. Everybody pay the same. It only makes the most sense. It only makes the most sense. This comes in, says, our economy was the best when the wealthy and corporations were paying a 60-70% tax rate. Again, flat taxes. Businesses have to buy things. Flat taxes. Would even everything out for everybody. Not going to happen. Doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you. This says no to the flat tax. It has to be progressive, a progressive tax. No, it's got to be a flat tax. Then people who do make more money, they'll spend more in taxes because they buy more, they buy bigger things. We agree that we're being overtaxed. We agree with that. I'm telling you what fixes it all across the board. I don't think that people shouldn't pay tax. That's a problem. You're using our roads. You're protected by our military, right? Pay taxes. People should have to pay taxes. They could pay different rates if it were flat, based off purchase prices. You're listening to Walker Talks, 96.5 FM.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing
music.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for a women's night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional showdown. And secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on newstalkwesttennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on newstalkwtn.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT 500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing
They
details.
say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
She lives for me, says she lives for me, ovation. Who won't motivation? She comes round and she goes down on me. And I make you smile like a drug for you. Do ever what you wanna do, coming over you. Keep on smiling what we go through. Won't stop to the rhythm that divides you. And I speak to you like the chorus to the verse. Drop another line like a gloater with the curse. Coming like a freak show takes the stage. We give them the games they play. She say, I want something else. Get me through this. Send me some kind of life. Baby, baby, I want something else. I'm not listening when you say goodbye.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Just a few minutes left in the show. Busy show today. Appreciate all of you out there listening, calling, texting. I know you got a ton of options out there when it comes to talk radio. We appreciate you tuning in to us. We got a lot of people that we compete with. Satellite radio, podcast, music radio, I mean, all that stuff. So I do want you to know that me and everyone else here, we do appreciate you guys for tuning in, for following us, for watching online at newstalk965.com, newstalk965.com. Don't put that point in there because that's going to cause problems with the internet. Newstalk 96.5, that's our new website. We sold our last one for $1 billion. $1 billion. Speaking of $1 billion, this text comes in. Our advanced rehab text line goes, I don't think there should be any billionaires. 3 great forces rule the world: stupidity, fear, and greed. But you run a good show. Thank you, my brother. We disagree on stuff. So what? So what? There's an old saying, and it says if 2 people agree on the same thing, one of them isn't necessary. It's a heck of a saying, isn't it? If 2 people agree on something, one of them isn't necessary. This comes in and says, are you talking income tax or sales tax? Explain. I'm talking like doing away with the federal tax. With all federal taxes. Doing away with those bad boys. Now, states are still going to have whatever state taxes they have, right? I mean, I wish we could do away with that. I don't see that happening. But I'm talking about federal taxes. I think a flat tax. 5%, whatever. I've heard, what's my man's name? Huckabee? I heard Mike Huckabee talk about it. I think, I could live in that world. I think the biggest problem is most of us, most of you listening, most of you driving around, most people that you'll see today, most people in your family, most people that you work with, if you're retired, most people you used to work with, you're all paying around 55 cents, give or take, of every dollar you make in some form of tax. Now, it's not all going to Jackson proper. It's not all going to the state of Tennessee. It's not all going to the federal government. It's going to all of these governing bodies. But it's about 55% of what you make. They need to do a better job with it. You're already giving them half. Why would we listen to say, it's going to be a little bit of no, there is no such thing as a tax increase. That's what we need to tell them. First time you increase our taxes a nickel, we're out. I'm not going to vote for you again. I think that's fair. That causes us to be responsible, though. We'd actually have to know about the legislation that was being passed. We'd have to tune into it. We'd have to follow it. We'd have to look at it. We'd have to read it. We'd have to see if we were getting increased on taxes. You remember a few years ago, they increased the sales tax or the gas tax here? Y'all remember that? We need to increase these gas taxes. We're going to improve these roads. Interstate's a dumpster fire. I understand things cost more than they used to. But there's also higher traffic on the interstate. It means more people are getting gas in the state of Tennessee. You got the money. You've got the money. That's what I'm not going to listen to. If someone borrows $100 from me and then goes on vacation without paying me the $100 back, I'm like, hey, yo, where's the $100 you owe me? You're at Louisiana Lagniappe dropping $150 on a dinner for two. Where's that hundo you owe me? We've given our governments, all of them, state, local, federal, we've given them plenty of money. We don't need to give them any more. They need to quit going on vacation with their money. And I'm not physically talking about them going on vacation, although at this point, nothing would surprise me what they do with it. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It said, when all men think alike, they don't think much. Agreed. I don't like being around people I agree with all the time. I mean, I like to be around people that have the same interests that I do. That's not exciting. It's not fun. I get blowback sometimes for having Gabe Hart on the radio. I've had some of my conservative friends like, oh my gosh, he's the mouthpiece for the Democratic Party here in Jackson. No, he's not. Number one, but number two, even if he were, so what? Shouldn't we hear what he thinks? I don't agree with everything Gabe says. There's a lot of stuff that he writes that I feel differently about. But I'd still listen to him. I'd hear him out. He can defend his positions and defend his points. So can I. If I can't, I don't really have a position. I'm just wobbling like those things you see in front of tire stores. You know those things that just sit up there and dance and wiggle? If I can't hear another opinion and not get offended by it and not just have moral outrage, then I don't really have a firm grasp. I don't have a belief. Let's let somebody else think for me. And I don't want that. But yeah, that's actually happened. People are like, I can't believe you give him a spot on your show to come in every so often and talk. It's like, why? Why would I not? Why would I not? Gabe's interesting. Gabe says things I don't agree with. So, Gabe does not have a problem with the drag show in a park. I do. That's cool. We shook hands when he left. See how we handled that? Gabe and I disagree. I've told Gabe to his face, I don't agree with that. Guess what Gabe said? I think you're missing a point here. I was like, I think you're missing a point here. Guess what we did? We shook hands. I bet that could happen a lot with us out there. Don't you think? Now, your Democratic friends, you're probably not going to convince them to be pro-life, maybe. Maybe if that's their position they're so hard on. You're not going to convince them to, that drag shows shouldn't be in a park. That's okay. Maybe a lot of things you do agree with them on, right? Things like bacon's good. You definitely agree with that. Start there. This says, Chuck, you said, can you keep saying our money? RV dollars were passed around. Hey, it says Federal Reserve note right there on the front, okay? It also has a custom number that matches somebody's birth certificate security account. Okay. This comes in. It says, preach. It's good to have different points of view. Thank you. Right? First of all, you guys will get bored just hearing me just get up here and just, tell you my belief system. Because mine has changed over the years. I have gotten more conservative. There is a direct ratio between my conservatism and the gray hair in my beard. The more gray hair in my beard I get, the more conservative I am about some things. But I don't agree with a lot of the conservatives. I don't. I don't agree with a lot of Democrats. I don't. So let's sit down and talk about it. One of us doesn't have to be right and one of us doesn't have to be wrong. But we can have an opinion. And the real important thing is, you can have an opinion out there. You can talk to somebody. You can say, I got friends that are Titans fans. I'm a Colts fan. Guess what? We're still friends, even though I do not like their team. I don't have to love everything about everybody. Believe it or not, there's some people out there who don't love everything about me. I know you're going to think that that's just straight balderdash. But yes, I have met those people. They're wrong. Those people are wrong. Appreciate you listening today. Dave Ramsey coming up 1 to 3. Dan Reeves Show 3 to 6. Then we're back tomorrow morning, live bright and early.
This is WBSG.
6 a.m. Have a great day.
96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen facing lawmakers to